over
Tracks all the way back in,
it
it
is.
does. And he's locked in, but what a goal!
Inundated. So popular.
Good morning, everyone. Here we are at Canley for the second day of the knockout in the Australian Golf Croquet Open Singles. And we're joining a game between Brett McHardy and Jamie Gumbrell. Just looking at the far end of the court where Jamie was just almost on the hoop, and I think Brett has tried to knock her out. I can see a very pale ball, which is probably which has been knocked out of the hoop, and up she comes again. So this will be her third go at this hoop. And her opponent, Brett McHardy, is on green and brown. In the first game, Jamie has won, I think 7-4. And so Brett must win this game to stay in the match. It's a best of three. And with me for the commentary this morning is Tricia Devlin, who is speaking to you from a distance. Whereabouts are you, Tricia?
I'm up in Castlemaine, or near Castlemaine, so I'm watching this one on my screen, and I'm very excited to be seeing how Brett goes against Jamie, because yesterday he had a wonderful win against Owen Dickinson, coming back in the last game to take the 13th hoop, and he ran the hoop from the boundary. It was an amazing shot, an amazing win. Took them 3 games, quite a marathon last game. So yeah, Brett is a very, very strong player, clears enormous distances, and that was an example of his wonderful clearances there.
So I'm just going to be calling out whichever.
But I think he did that thing where he hit one ball into the other, and the ball that was next to play was in front and did not move. All the force went into the back ball, which was white. And here is Jamie playing pink, which has survived. So maybe she will go. No, she's sitting in front. This is the third time she's done this. So testing those clearances from Brett from Western Australia. Jamie, I think, is the current Golf Croquet Women's Champion. Is that right, Tricia?
I'm not sure. I know she won something recently. Was it a New South Wales event?
No, I think it was a national event. It was just
Was
before
it?
the interstate field. So she's really come a long way. She's a very young player. She's only just moved out of the under-21s. So she's doing extremely well. And it'll be a very interesting contrast between her and Brett, because she's very tidy, very measured. She doesn't hit the ball with great force. So we can expect, I suppose, to see Brett aim to knock. Well, what's he going to do here, Tricia? Will he bring his brown across and then knock the pink out with the green? What will he do?
Who knows? That pink's sitting in a very dangerous position. Green to play. He has a chance of clearing pink, but he's got to really do something with white, because white's next to play. So as long as white can run the hoop. Pink's next. Oh,
no, white.
It's too early in the morning, Kate.
It is early in the morning, yes. So pink is there, but pink looks from this angle as if it can't quite go into the hoop. Yes.
No,
so
pink can't run. Just a little
Still in a
adjustment there. It
dangerous
certainly
position.
can now.
Yeah.
Those little shots are quite difficult just a gentle, casual touch like that sometimes could go very wrong. But Jamie did that beautifully.
And now she'll clear brown by the looks. So there are 4 balls in this game. I don't think we've watched a secondary colours game. Perhaps people won't be aware of these colours. The colours in your ordinary primaries game are blue, red, black, and yellow. And the secondary colours, which are there to differentiate them from the primary game on the same court, are corresponding but quite different: green, pink, brown, and white. Oh, I think he's given up. That didn't look like a shot at anything, just to...
There wasn't much chance of moving the pink, so he's just taken position ready to head across to the next hoop. And now those balls in the background that you can see, which are the primary colours, that game's been waiting for the secondaries to move so that they can head for their hoop 7. So now that Jamie and Brett are heading across to hoop 3, black and red will move from there. Sometimes there's a bit of a tangle.
So that game with the primaries is between Gary Phipps and Kevin McGlynn. So 2 very neat balls just in front. Well, not quite. I think maybe from this angle it looks as if they're both on a slight angle. Here comes green into a beautiful position, so you would expect maybe, well, brown might run. Looks as if brown could run. We'll see whether Jamie goes for it.
Brown's next to play, so if Brown can run the hoop, Jamie will be trying to stop it either by knocking it out or by running the hoop herself.
If there's any chance he'll bounce off, you would think, because green's in such a good position, maybe a little bit far back, but a very good position, you'd think he might well just hit white away. He's deciding one way or the other. These hoops have rejected a lot of balls.
And imagine that they're set fairly closely for this championship. It's probably less than a millimetre clearance.
No, he's decided to go for it.
No worries at all with that one.
So 2-1, takes the score to 2-1. Jamie has 2 hoops and Brett has 1.
Beautiful placement shot from Jamie.
And Brett hasn't done the full-throated hoop run, which takes you right down to the other end, possibly to the boundary, which we saw Robert Fletcher doing several times yesterday, running the long hoop from one end right down to the boundary and then having a boundary ball which couldn't be cleared, positioned ready to clear the opponent. But Brett has just I think, gone for white, would you say?
Absolutely.
White or
yes.
Yeah.
He went for white, but if it had miscued, it may well have run the hoop, but he needed to move the white. It's such a perfect position. He's either got to hit it with green or hit it with brown. He decided to have a go with both.
Mm.
I'm not sure if you can see white clearly with pink there. He's aiming for it. Yes,
And he's
pink
got
must have
pink.
been a little bit in the way. He needed to clear white. Pink was quite a good block.
So brown
Although,
out in the middle of the court. Oh, this is a completely different one. Brown out in the middle of the court.
no, brown
So
fired at white. And
yes,
missed.
and brown went out and then bounced right over to the middle of the court and had to be taken back to the boundary, where it's now right behind the next hoop and quite legal because it came off an opponent ball. It hit pink. So brown is in a really good position for the next hoop. But it will have to come back. And green quite likely hit Jamie's ball out of the hoop now.
There is an opportunity for Brett to hit the white out. It's not an easy shot, but it's only 7 yards. There he is.
Yeah.
Beautiful clearance.
Why not send it right to the end of the court?
Those are his specialties. If he connects with the ball, it goes a long way. But Jamie just placing pink in front, but not too close, so that it's not threatened too much by green. And brown coming in. So complete change around. Both of Brett's balls were way down on the boundary and Jamie in perfect position, and now it's changed around. Brett's got control of the hoop at this stage. Nice position for white as well.
Stroke. So you would have thought green would be aiming to clear pink with one of those trademark big clearances and leave brown to run the hoop. And white perhaps trying to stop it, but no. Luckily it's to the short side, so yes.
He would have much preferred the balls to be swapped, pink far to the north and green on the boundary there, but he's left Jamie a very shortish clearance. If she can manage to take out this brown one here, then white remains in good running position. A little deep, but very, very doable.
And she's hit. I think she has put pink where it's obstructing brown's view of white.
And Brett's opting not to try to clear white, just looks like he was going for a block, hasn't quite made it. And Jamie will have a go at this longish hoop. She has a really good example of a full swing, very gentle, very smooth, and very accurate. This is how you should be running a hoop.
Beautiful.
If you wanted to make a video of how to do a good swing, you could make that one. Brown right in front of hoop 5. There's no need for white to clear it just yet, but just coming in. She's leaving pink to clear brown, but of course green could be a threat. Green could clear pink. Just a quick glimpse of someone, Kevin, in the other game there, just moving his ball. And the trademark Brett clearance there. Jamie's well on the boundary with Brown in position to run the hoop. Just waiting for the other game to go through. So Kevin and Gary now playing over to hoop 9, and our game can continue. So Jamie with pink down on the south boundary is looking at clearing brown, which is in position in front of hoop 5. And it misses. So Brett in perfect position in front of 5 and can run all the way up to hoop 6 with this shot. And the score at the moment at 3-1. Brett can catch up here. So we're now on 2-3 to Brett. He didn't get up as far as he would have liked with that brown. And white takes position at hoop 6 before he does. The player's very aware of the other game. Brett was waiting there for the shot from the second game on this court. Just takes position with green. White's still in a very runnable position here, so brown will have to move it. And pink just coming in. Beautiful shot from Jamie from way up behind hoop 2. Hoop 3, sorry. This is an important one that needs to clear this ball. And he does. Beautiful shot on white. Brown clears white right up to the north boundary and also goes to the north boundary himself. Because white will now try to clear green or possibly just take position. Oh, bad luck. It's coming up the back of the hoop.
Not what she wanted.
Not at all. Lovely clearance again from Brett. He's cleared the pink and managed to stay around.
It's becoming a very nicely balanced game here.
Yeah, 3-2 to Jamie.
Yeah.
And she's placing pink in front of the hoop, so she must feel that white can clear green.
On 3.
That's curious,
Even though
isn't it?
it's
It doesn't look
there,
as if
close.
does not look as if it's got much of a hit.
2.
Oh, maybe. Yes. Well, she's had a look at it and we haven't seen it in quite this detail before. So she's saying, yes, I can bring my mallet beside the hoop and I can do something with green. I'm not sure she can clear it.
No, I think she can.
She can. Yes, she can. There it goes.
Green and white are both now nowhere near the hoops. So Brett's still right there. Even though pink can clear brown, if he can get back in position,
The
he's
pink can
safe.
run, can't it?
On 3.
I think she can.
2.
Every time the camera changes direction, I think, oh no, she's on the wrong side.
And she
can.
has.
Beautiful. Yes.
Okay, so it takes her to 4-2. Nice position as they turn the corner.
And the white ball is legal and it's across the court nearer to hoop 7, just off the screen.
Yes, we'll see it in a
Brown
minute as they
position.
pull back. Here we go.
Mm.
So she'll take position, do you think? That's her style, really. And she blocks.
She's depending on pink being able to clear Brett's ball.
But I think
And
she's
he was
also
attempting
blocking
to
brown on the hoop. Don't you think?
It looks like
So
it
he
could
could jump,
be,
of
but
course.
Brett did fire. He did fire at the white then.
He could jump white, of course. He would be in a better clearing position if she moved him. It looks as if she's going to do that anyway. Perhaps supposing that he could get the hoop because he can jump quite easily, lots of space. And she's done, yeah, so now he has to clear white.
Absolutely unhurried. Her stroke doesn't change. Whatever the shot, long hoop, short hoop, clearance, it's just that same beautiful swing. Very reliable.
Brett getting maybe a little
And the
flustered.
miss from Brett.
She seems very calm, doesn't she?
We could all take a leaf out of Jamie's book. I think that beautiful style.
And through she goes, taking the score to 5-2. So what was looking like a really even game has turned very much, turned in Jamie's favour here.
Two very contrasting styles of players, and
Yes.
just shows that calm, smooth swing can give you the same results. She might be looking for a wire here. She's hanging back a little bit on that one. Doesn't want to get too close to the green. Because it's quite threatening even from there, because we know that she can run the hoop. So Brett's well aware that a long hoop's not really a problem. He'll be having to think about whether he needs to clear that ball even though it's a long hoop. And he's a long way away. Brown's coming in there from way over near hoop 3. So that's a really good shot. He's on playing side. And when white comes in, I think Jamie might well be thinking of clearing that brown.
So she has put white, so it makes it slightly more difficult for green to hit pink, don't you think? No, he's decided pink is not the danger. Perhaps. And they're marking the pink ball so that, because it's right on their hoop, they're competing for hoop 10 in the other game. And Jamie's ball has landed up right by hoop 10. I think that swing suggests he was aiming at pink.
And she's taking on the hoop.
No,
she's taking brown.
She's ended up quite near the hoop, not in a running position, I think. And green is a long way away. No, he's just going into a defensive position. Either of them having a runner.
We see that tactic a little bit. Brown coming in almost wide from pink, just so that he has control of anything that stops close to the hoop. He'd be able to clear it. I don't know if it's just my screen, but the bottom half is often quite blurry when the balls are coming in. I'm having trouble seeing what's happening there. Brett just took an amazing shot. It looked like he was going for the hoop. He's right up near the penalty spot and fired straight at the hoop.
And he was doing that, rehearsing the swing, which always seems to suggest that the outcome wasn't quite what you wanted. So now he's going in front. Probably protected from white by pink. Do you think she'll promote pink?
She was looking at a spot that was wired from green then. It looks like she's promoting pink to that spot. Because green is down on the baseline. And she was very careful to bring the green back and see where it was going to be positioned on the line before she took a shot.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. Brett managed to hit it from there, and it's gone a long way, as they do. And she's way up on the north boundary again. Oh, this is quite successful clearance. Green's very close to the hoop, and pink is way up on the north baseline.
She's just waiting for play. She's going across in front of her. Ah, she gets it. Well, that was a very good clearance. And the referee kindly putting a marker where the ball went out so that Jamie can stand back and not get in Brett's way as he lines up to clear White. But he's this time gone a long way as well. So White has, in a sense, got an advantage here, even though it has been cleared. It comes back into position first, yes?
Yeah, and green's on the boundary where it can clear again. So we're all spread and basically the hoop starts again. Very reliable, Jamie, on those shots. Anytime she's hit away, she's been able to come back into a position that's still a threat. Brett's decided that, yes, it is a threat and he's going to have to hit it. Which he does. This time it's not as far away, but neither is the green ball. Green is still within cooey of the hoop this time. I don't think pink will need to clear it. She'll just take position.
I don't think
this
green
time
can see the hoop.
No, if green clears it, it'll only be to the side boundary. But I think he's just bringing brown back in. He's made it impossible for green to clear pink. And White's doubled on that.
Well, White, now there is a possibility, and that's a better block. Looking at it, you can see that brown wasn't a perfect block, but pink was. Very impressive Jamie's play in this game, isn't it? She's not intimidated by those long clearances.
No, she brings the ball back into another threatening position every time, and Brett has to clear again. Just bringing brown into a potential hoop running position, and White can clear it, or White can even go for the hoop from there, because pink can clear brown. She just started to clear it. And just a gentle one, just enough so that brown goes and White stays. Brett's having a good think about that. Decided just to take position. Very casual, just pops it in.
That it looks as if protected from pink.
I think so. I think it's hiding behind White.
So
I wonder what she's doing now.
I'm guessing promoting pink, promoting White. Pink promotes White. Because brown will take pink, take White away. Using pink to promote White, because otherwise to hide it from brown.
Looks like she's thinking that. Just promote the White.
I don't think she's quite succeeded. No.
No, that was a brilliant shot. No hesitation, just hit it.
It's a very important point from Brett's perspective. Because 6-2 is very different from 2-5. Ooh. No. Or whichever target she had in mind.
Slightly angly hoop, so Brett's opting to jump for this one. And it's through.
And he's got it.
That was important, as you said, Kate. That makes it 5-3, which is a lot better than 6-2. And he is in a position to be able to hit towards the next hoop. It's not too hampered there. See that on replay, the ball hesitated, and the spin took it through. That's when the jump's useful.
So pink again in a very nice position, just slightly on the short side of hoop 9.
So Brett will now be deciding to have a go at shifting it. First of all, with the brown ball, but he'll have another go with the green, I suspect.
Well, or maybe not.
Jamie seems to have, she seems to have blocked her own ball. But checking up on that. Just deciding to place brown before he plays green. Now, if he thinks that pink is likely to jump, there's still not much point in moving it. But
he can barely see it. I don't think he could see
coming.
it. Because at that angle, I don't think he had a very clean shot on pink. I think the hoop would have obstructed him. So she's going to block
Brown's shot.
And green is already behind white. If brown hits pink into white, white will travel. We saw that before. Pink will stay behind. No, he could see it.
No, he still had a line on that.
Not as good a block as we were imagining. But it must have hit it at quite an angle for them to travel apart from each other like that.
Brown coming back. Sorry, white coming back. So green, very runnable position for Brett. Nice, it's long, but it's runnable.
I think she was trying for that, but she missed.
We'll see if he's going to take on the hoop or the pink. And he went for the hoop, but it was blurry. I couldn't tell if it went through. No, I
No
don't think
clip.
so. He's not feeling for it. Oh, just a little
Rejected.
rejection. Yes.
Did it go through or not? Not.
He's not putting a clip there. Now
And-
Jamie's going for the hoop, or not.
Yeah. Very difficult to tell.
And
It's a
Jamie
nice
runs
clean
it.
hoop. So
And
that
well
takes
up towards
Jamie
the
to,
net.
that takes Jamie to 6-3. So one hoop between her and the match. But she's already one game up.
Brown in really good position there. From his position up on the north boundary, hitting across to there. And White is travelling. I can't see that. The camera is going blurry at that distance. Now we're focusing. Oh.
Well, very nice. This is not far for Brett.
That was a good controlled one, wasn't it? Brown has remained near the hoop. Jamie doing the long walk again. Green is currently behind the hoop. So Brett hasn't got it all his own way. He's got one ball near the hoop. And his failed clearance earlier with green has left him on the north boundary. And Jamie's also on the north boundary with pink. White coming in there and in good position. Brett answers that with green in good position.
Very quick to play there. So the logic would be that Brown then clears White and Green has a nice shot on the hoop. So Jamie is coming into, no. She thinks that Brown might go for the hoop. Maybe looking to, like you say, looking to protect White, but there is a chance that when he hits White that something will happen to Green as well.
And it did. You predicted that one right, Kate.
When balls are close together like that, they don't. You don't hit it exactly square, eh? You get unintended consequences. Oh, that's not at all what she wanted. That was not a square hit. She
Mm.
just nudged green. And green, I think, it should be able to go straight past brown. Green will send pink past brown and leave brown in contention. So, oh no.
Oh dear.
What did
Well,
I do that for?
that-
That is possibly the turning point. That was the. She says, I'm not going to go for the hoop with brown sitting behind it. I thought she'd go for that hoop. But maybe she just didn't
I
have
think
quite
it was
the
a
angle.
little. No, I think it was a little bit angry. That was really two strange misses. Well, not missed. Jamie connected, but not dead centre, and Brett completely missed and hit his own ball. And that's the only time really that I've seen that in this match. They've been very accurate apart from that.
Both of them, but particularly Brett. They're waiting because the clearance will go across to the other ball. So this suggests that the other game, yes, between Gary and Kevin, Gary won the first one, Kevin must have won the second one, and they're now playing a third game.
Great shot there from Brett, clearing the pink.
All the balls getting a bit mixed up together.
Mm-hmm. Well, that was a shot at brown, but missed. So Brett looks like he will be able to take this hoop. And he's through.
And green, I think, would have come off a clearance. So green, when I last saw it, was right in front of hoop 11. Or near hoop 11. It's not right in front. Yeah, not near.
Brett's
not in
dragged
front,
the score. Brett's dragged the score back to 6-4, which is a bit of a rerun of the game that he played and won earlier yesterday.
It was in front of hoop 11. He came off, he must have come off white, I think, and he was positioned right in front of the hoop, went for the hoop and missed.
He'll be looking to clear that white, I think.
Well,
No.
Going for the hoop.
I don't know.
Went to the
This
left
is
of the hoop.
a hoop attempt here for the match. If she lands this one, this is the match.
So surprising if he didn't go. No, maybe she went for green.
Oh.
Maybe. You don't know what they're intending to do. Occasionally, when they rehearse their swing afterwards, you think, well, whatever they intended to do was not what they actually did. But I didn't see a reaction from Jamie on that shot.
No.
So back comes green.
That's beyond pink, which makes it look like pink doesn't really want to hit it, but it's still very close. She can hit that and remain in hoop position, so she does. Jamie opting for a block on brown.
She's got pink there ready to clear brown. But what about green? Has green got a hoop shot? Do you think green might take a hoop shot or green will clear? Green will clear white, surely.
I think green will clear.
But, oh yes.
On 3.
It has cleared, but it hasn't left him in very good position either. Jamie just replacing Brett's balls way over near the penalty spot. And I wonder now whether she will clear brown or whether she'll take position. Now she's looking at clearing it.
Could be both. Not quite.
She knows that Brett is very capable of making that hoop from that distance, so it needed to go, and pink is still close to the hoop, so that's good for her. And Brett's decided that he's going to hit pink, but he misses, so that's an expensive one.
Yes. So white might promote pink, do you think?
No, I think white will just take position now. Yeah.
Very nice.
Both Brett's balls are far away.
He's just, I think, going down to put brown into a position and then he'll come back and hit green.
Well, we wonder if he'll take position with green and depend on clearing with brown. Brett's normal practice is to try to clear with the first ball, have a go with both.
Yeah,
So he's had a go with.
As you predicted, here comes the referee. We haven't seen the referee on the court for anything so far, but there they are in the background, ready to come into action should they be needed. And that looks as if she was aiming for a block.
A block, yes.
And another miss. So that's 3 misses on this hoop, which is quite uncharacteristic.
It wasn't a short one.
No, it wasn't it was a difficult shot. It's just he's been so good at getting them. You begin to think he can do this anywhere.
This again is the hoop for the match. And again,
and maybe that was going through her head. Maybe that's what she was thinking.
There wasn't a reaction when she missed, just walked away, very calm. Brett's still a long way away.
Pink could have a shot still.
Oh, I think Brett's firing at pink. He definitely thought it did have. But a miss again. And again, this hoop for the match.
And she's done
There
it.
it is.
So that's 2 games, so 7-4, 2 games to Jamie, and that's the end of that match.
She's through to
There
the
we go.
semi-final, and she will meet Robert Fletcher.
Oh, so she chose to be in that half of the draw. I know she didn't actually. The player choice yesterday, they went by ranking, first position in the block, second position in the block, and so forth. And so she was, wherever she was, I think she won her block. Did she? But she had to choose, she didn't get any choice because she was the lowest ranked of the block winners. And so she ended up having to be in Robert Fletcher's side of the draw.
Yeah, well, she'll be playing Robert, and the winner of the other game on that court, either Kevin McLean or Gary Phipps, will be playing Malcolm in
So
the
we
other
can join that game
semi-final.
now.
We'll be watching Kevin McLean and Gary Phipps. Okay.
Yes. So what we can see
So
here
Gary,
is that
yeah, that's not quite up to date now, is it? It hasn't got the
it hasn't got Jamie and Brett. But apart from that,
No.
it is up to date. So the Kevin McGlynn, Gary Phipps are 1-1, and that's the game we'll come back to. That's the primaries game that's been in the background of this game between Jamie and Brett. So we've got Robert came through against Chaz Quinn 7-2, 7-4, and Malcolm came through against Barry Jennings 7-1, 7-4. And if they both win, they will be again the brothers against each other in the final. But possibly they still have got a match to go. So Kevin and Gary are head to head, 1 game all, and we will join them. So they're playing the primaries, and I think they're still. Oh, how far have they got?
So Gary in the red with the black shorts, and Kevin in the green and white. That's right, isn't it? That's Gary.
Yes, that's right. And
okay.
And Gary playing the black ball. So Gary is black and blue, and Kevin is red and yellow, and they are still going for hoop 2. So they haven't progressed very far in this game. Gary attempting to clear Kevin from what looks like an excellent position in front of the hoop. So I will just mute. Yeah, and I think red is not even blocking yellow, but maybe red is so well placed that yellow won't try for it. Yellow will clear black.
That's red to play.
Oh, it's red to play. Well, red will go for the hoop. A little bit angry. Well, that's an interesting choice for black. Perhaps not a very interesting choice, but can blue see red? Is he going to try for the in-off?
He is trying to knock red out and stay there. I'm not sure about that, because yellow seemed perfectly positioned that even if he'd stayed there, that he could jump it or run the hoop. It must have been a situation that blue couldn't see red. And another miss.
All gathered up. I just put myself on mute and go and check who won.
So blue's taken position, and red can't do anything about it because it's hidden behind yellow. So it's, instead of bothering about it, it's going to clear black and then hoping that yellow's still there to clear blue. And black having to now come in from the far end of the court. So he's choosing for position rather than trying to clear. And he's assuming then that yellow will be able to clear blue, but he'll still have a ball in front. Of course, when yellow clears blue, blue gets a chance to just turn around and come back again. Blue coming back into position from Gary. Not quite position. And red will have to clear black because black is in running position.
And black was next.
Yeah, and black will turn around and come back as well.
They have been on this hoop for some time because they were
Have they?
contending this hoop when we were watching hoop 10 and hoop 11 in the other game. They were already on hoop 2 here.
On
They've been on hoop 2 for quite some time.
2 occasions we thought that both red and yellow were going to be able to run. So Kevin's decided that black needs clearing. No, he's not. He's decided that he's running the hoop, but blue's in the way. What? It looked to me like he was firing at black.
Well, he's not doing any of those signs that say, no, I need to rehearse this. I didn't do what I wanted. That's a very nice shot, isn't it?
Okay, time. Currently, we're on 10-3.
So black can go to the boundary, not very far away. Black can go, yeah, red can go to the boundary and black can clear yellow.
Won't be happy with that one. And Gary trying for an angle clearance to keep black on the playing side and put yellow behind the hoop. And black's travelled right across the back of the hoop, but it's still in quite a good position.
And blue looks as if it's not got a very good shot, actually.
No, blue's a bit angled.
Quite a big angle.
But Kevin's decided that he needs to move them.
Moving blue? Yeah, moving blue.
Move blue. That was a good shot. But as always, blue can just come back.
Interesting mallet.
So yes, Ian Demerck had a handle like that. He's another West Australian, and he found that it was easier on his wrists. So black and blue looking a little bit in control of the hoop now. But of course, one good clearance from yellow will change all that.
Looks to me as if red can still see the hoop past black.
I think so, but Kevin's just missed that. Interesting stance he has. He doesn't seem to stand quite square onto the ball, has one foot slightly in front of the other, but that might just be camera angle.
This is an interesting grip that Gary has. Maybe to do with
because the handle it's designed so that one hand can hold at the top and the other on the bend. So the hands are slightly separated, but without stress on the wrist. You just see Kevin's feet there, that one behind the other.
Yeah. Step stance.
Right, another long clearance that didn't connect, leaving black in front of the hoop on a slight angle. Because with this hoop, he doesn't have to go through far. And right to the boundary is good. So 3 balls on the north boundary. And we're heading across to hoop 3.
So he's put yellow in the place where it was before black hit it, and then black will come back to that exact place. On account of yellow being a dead ball, do I mean a dead ball? An outside agency. Outside agency.
I don't know if yellow was an outside agency. Was it? Had it been marked in? Oh, I thought it had just landed
it was on
there.
the line. It was on the line. We saw in the replay. It was on the line, and then when black came through the hoop, it hit it, and so it was an outside agency at that point. It wasn't just, you could see them all in a row against that black borg, but that wasn't. I think red hadn't been marked in possibly, but yellow had, and yellow was hit by the black ball.
Okay, so we're neck and neck, 1-1, and 1 game all.
No, I thought that hoop was scored by Gary. I thought it was. Yeah, it was. Black scored that hoop. It's 2-0.
Is it?
Yeah,
I didn't know who scored that first hoop.
Here's Gary with his black ball that hit the yellow that was on the line, and he's playing across last. That's the one that ran the hoop. So he ran the hoop. And he ran the first hoop. So it's 2-0 up. My informants on the balcony tell me that Gary won the first hoop.
That's good.
As we come round, we can probably see the clip on.
Well, here's an opportunity for Kevin to get on the board.
Yeah. Go, Kevin. There you
Beautiful.
go. And neither of the balls is stuck in that nasty position behind the hoop where you can't get down to the next hoop.
He ran the hoop quite well down.
Yeah. You can see they're both in shorts. The players behind them are both in trousers, but it is quite a fine day. The sun's kind of a bit watery, but it's coming through. It's quite mild. There's no wind. It's really a very pleasant day.
I'll be pleased about that.
Yeah.
All right, so yellow's probably decided that blue's going to run, so he'll be looking to move blue out of running position now. This clearance could depend. Oh, there it is, good one. Yes, the hoop could have depended on that clearance, so that was a good one for him. And blue to play now, so blue comes back, but there's nowhere really safe to come back to. Red and yellow are in control there. It is black next to play after red, so if he thinks that black's a problem, he's going to try and get it, but there's not a lot of room for him to pass blue, but also it's yellow in his backswing and his stance. It's a little bit tricky. It's a good job he stands with one foot behind the other.
Good job he stands with the left foot behind, isn't it?
Yes. So that was an effective clearance, and he's still got a ball in front of the hoop. Gary's quite prepared to let him clear blue with yellow, because blue will just come back. Oh dear. I'll be disappointed with that. Would have been much nicer for yellow had stayed put. So this is a bit of a turnaround. Blue and black now near the hoop. And red, I think, is blocked from black by that blue ball.
So if
I'm
he
going
hits
back
them,
to have a better look.
if he hits it at the right angle, blue would move black onwards, wouldn't it?
It would, but blue would stay there. So cleared blue and black is able to get close to running the hoop. Gary checking out everything. He's just going for position here. It was pretty threatening sort of a ball. I thought he might have tried for the hoop. But, no. There are two balls in position to run the hoop. So now red needs to clear black, and I'm not sure if Gary's managed to hide it with the blue. I don't think so. I think red can see that black.
Long distance.
A long way, but blue did block it. So black is free to run the hoop now. Although red touched it, and red is over towards hoop 5. So it's legally placed.
So that's a plus. But Gary did not worry about that. He took the hoop.
Yeah. And yellow in good position at the hoop for hoop 5. So the score 3-1. And blue just coming for position and blocking position. Maybe. And red's not at all worried about. There's the replay of the hoop run. Red's not at all worried about black, because he knows he can clear that with yellow. But black's not managing to clear yellow.
So this looks like a better chance for
chance for Kevin at the hoop.
Yeah.
No, he's not. I noticed a game we were watching yesterday. If ever the hoop was open to a ball, both players went for it. But in this game, there's been a lot more clearing and attempts at blocking. Different game altogether.
Absolutely.
He was assuming that he could, red was safe there, but blue had a go at it and hit the hoop. So red with the hoop now.
And rejected.
And it's a fail.
So probably trying to send it up to 6.
All the way to 6, yeah.
That kind of vigorous stroke. So yellow will move blue and stay in front. Red will move black. Red and yellow, no, not stay in front. Whoops.
Well, that wasn't the aim, was it? It was, he really wanted one of those stop shot clearances that move your own ball in front of the hoop. So black's the only ball that could possibly run the hoop in this case.
Not that it will stay there for very long.
No, because it could run the hoop.
Yeah, so it's been a very hard fought match, this one. Every hoop has taken a long time.
Some strange outcomes, some uncharacteristic misses. So
not that time.
That's nice. No, that was a good one. And black will come back. Well, I'm not sure whether yellow can clear black or whether it needs to, because blue can't run the hoop. Kevin just checking that. So
take position in front of both of them.
He could take position here in a position where black has no backswing. And I think that's what he's tried to do. Blue can't. Well, blue's going to try
I
a
think
close
blue
jump.
is going to jump. There's quite enough distance for that. He could do that. No, it didn't look
I think
like
he's missed everything, though. No.
Yeah, did not look satisfied.
So red clears black, and hopefully black can't hit yellow from wherever he hits it to. It's a lovely shot. Black's gone. And he'll just be hoping that Gary can't hit yellow with the black. And it's a miss. So yellow has an opportunity now to get the score back at 2-3. Kevin from Canberra and Gary from WA. This is an Australian event, so he's opting to just place it so that he can make hoop 5 and hoop 6. Sometimes that's a dangerous manoeuvre because your opponent can get you out, but he would have checked to see that there's neither of Gary's balls can get that ball out of there. They'll be aiming to run it all the way up to hoop 6 in its next turn. Just checking that it's got no wire in the way.
Can be a little problematic because of the peg in the middle, which golf croquet players often think are completely unnecessary. With association croquet players, the peg is a critical element because pegging out marks victory. But in golf croquet, there's nothing much you do with the peg apart from try to avoid it. So sometimes you put clips on it if you're playing a handicap game, but it's not useful. It's a barrier. It induces amazing shots. Like I think there was a world championship where the winner jumped the peg with the winning ball.
Yes, I've seen one of those videos. All right, so this one needs watching because if he takes the wire, he could cause a double tap. It could be an illegal shot. And since he's aiming to hit up to hoop 6, he needs to have it watched.
So here comes Peter Freer, who's not wearing the customary referee yellow jersey. He's wearing his own red top. But he is one of the... And I don't think he even thought it was at risk because he didn't mark the ball. But he is on the referees list for this event.
So he's looking to see if yellow goes straight into the leg. So yeah. Kevin was careful to make sure that he hit that cleanly and didn't hit it so hard that there would be a fault. So he didn't really gain an advantage by just putting that ball in the jaws because it isn't up at hoop 6.
Maybe it was just not quite in a running position. No, but it was. It looked as if it was. It looked as if he hit it just gently into the jaws, didn't it?
Yes,
it didn't look
I think
as if
it was
obstructed
deliberate.
from running. Yeah.
No, I think it was a deliberate tactical move which didn't pay off as he had hoped. And once again, Gary's opting to clear rather than take on the hoop. It was a longer hoop. His opponent had a better chance at the hoop than he did, he decided. But in some of the earlier matches, particularly the one with Owen Dickinson and Brett McCarty, they both simply went for the hoop. And of course, that's what the game's all about. But these two are playing much more cautiously.
So now we're looking for a place where blue is hidden from yellow, and we're going to promote blue. Is that your guess?
Yes, I'd say so. This is a skillful shot. It's hard to get it just right. And I think he's managed it.
So if Kevin is to clear it, well, he possibly can hit it from the side. We don't have a camera angle along the line of the balls to be able to see that.
Just watching his action, I think he can see that ball. He got down to line it up.
Yeah. And he could. And he almost got the double clearance with yellow on black as well, but just bounced past.
And that's because he could only hit blue on its left side. He was bound to move off further left. So he couldn't stay there, couldn't hit it square.
But he could have hit black out. It looked as if he very nearly succeeded in doing that. Yeah, it came just past him.
That would be wonderful. A billiards player might be able to do that.
Absolutely. Someone who knows all the angles.
So Kevin's decided that black needs to go because it was likely to be able to get in the jaws. He's still in a bit of strife because blue's in hoop running position and black's going back into another hoop running position. And I think he's blocked himself on blue.
Yeah, obstructing blue.
So Kevin doesn't have to clear blue right now. Little swing on the ball there.
Now, what's he going to do?
I think he's going to block the shot of red onto black.
Oh, he's going to clear red.
Mm.
It was good that we saw Jamie in that first game today. I think she's the only woman left in the quarterfinals.
Yes, we had. Now, who was it who was in the X to start with? Is there not another woman still in it? No. Yes, Gerda. Gerda was in it, and she was playing Chaz. So yes, Jamie is the only one left now.
But women are the vast, or 75, over 70% of players are women. It's surprising there aren't more in the top reaches. Why do you think that is?
Well, I was reading an article today that Alex had posted about an event in America, which has become a private event at one of the American players' home. And one of the men was asked that question, and he said, it's because the women are too busy. They haven't got time to waste time on playing games outdoors.
Oh, well.
I think that's true early on when the women who are looking after children and running a job as well. But I'm not sure with the Croquet age group if that's the same thing. But I'm surprised there aren't more young women playing. I'd love to see lots more young women coming in. It's not well known as a game. That's the trouble. They don't even realise it exists.
Yeah. You would have thought it might be quite attractive to young women. It used to be when the 19th century, it was one of those places where men and women could foregather.
In their long dresses.
Yeah, well, playing side style. I think there was a lot of criticism of it because it was a game where men and women played together at the time.
Well, no wonder it was popular. But the under 21 program has introduced quite a lot of new players, but again, it's mostly the young men.
Yeah,
there's a few young women in New Zealand.
Yeah, there are a few in New Zealand. That's true.
Oh, that was a good shot, blue on yellow.
Red's next. Will red go into the hoop?
Well, he's looking at it. Well, their normal practice has been to clear the other ball, but looks like this time he's going for the hoop. With 2-4 down, this would be a nice one to take. Not that time.
So now we have similar choice for black.
The difference is that black was next to play after the red that was attempting it. This time, it's the next to play ball is far away. So that was a good hoop from Gary.
So it takes Gary to 5-2.
Funny choice from Kevin, because he'd had opportunities before to run hoops and had opted to clear, and that time was quite a difficult hoop with the next ball to play right there, but he didn't clear.
Mm.
He must have liked the look of that hoop.
Well, it's gone a bit far.
So yellow's in a good position to run the hoops. I think black will be trying to clear it. A little bit long with red. Gary just going down to check what yellow can actually see there. He must have decided that yellow can't run it, because I think he's looking at a position hidden from red. Just hard to know.
You would have thought yellow, such a good ball. He's got to clear yellow.
I think it's good. We have a funny angle here. Yes, he's going for clearance.
Yeah.
No go.
And the referee
It'd be
has
good
come
if you
back
could
and
ask.
said, what were you trying to do here? Why would you choose that?
Yeah. What did you do? What were you thinking?
Look. That is not what he intended, because there he is doing that practice swing. So now. And
Yellow
he's
has
through.
run. And he's
what
made
is
it
blue
awkward
going to
for
do?
both blue. Awkward for blue and awkward for red.
Maybe red will promote yellow.
Given that red hasn't got a shot, he might even do that. It often isn't a worthwhile tactic. You've got to be very accurate, but I think you're right. No, you're not.
Chose not to.
So he did have a shot with red.
I've heard Lester Hughes talk about this. He says it's very rare, if you do that promotion shot, to actually succeed in getting a hoop as a result. So
that's right.
Not a worthwhile thing to do, really. The odds are
unless
against
red
you.
is hampered. All right, now this time we see him looking at the hoop or looking at the yellow. No, looking at the hoop.
Definitely looking at the hoop. And no.
Not that time.
Black a bit hampered.
Yes,
the hoop
and
just there.
Kevin was checking what black and yellow had, so he's going for the hoop as well, I think.
And he's
goodness,
by miles.
Good. Yes.
Didn't even bounce off.
So this is one of the clearances where you want to hit on an angle. That's exactly right. That one. He's remained in position with black by hitting off centre so that yellow goes away and black stays. Executed that really well. And yellow coming back, attempting to hide from blue, I think. And control the hoop from there. So blue going for position, and he's assuming that he can clear yellow with black. And look at the view for red from way up there. So what am I going to do about this? he's got a couple of options: is shift blue away from the hoop or block black on yellow, but unfortunately he's whipped off the leg and just come down behind the hoop. So if black clears this one, then blue will have a good chance to run. Yellow, of course, will be up near the next hoop.
Oh no, because yellow will have to come back. Because yellow plays before blue.
That's right. That's right.
Very important hoop, this one for Kevin, isn't it? What we were talking about before.
Yes.
If he
Just
if
depends.
Kevin gets it, he brings him to 4-5, which is really quite close. But if Gary gets this hoop, goes to 6-3, which is close to a win, and he's got it.
Yeah, and the hoop and right up to the next hoop. That's exactly what he wants.
Yeah, and six that went to Gary, so 6-3 to Gary.
6-3.
Yeah. Definitely Gary. Yeah.
Kevin left with nothing to do but clear a very long clearance, so that unfortunately didn't connect. So the red ball will be cleared, leaving black in front of the hoop. So Gary's in a very strong position at the moment, as long as he succeeds with this clearance. It's one of those that can also result in your ball protecting partner in a block. I don't think it worked this time, but Kevin's such a long way away, I don't suppose it matters. Really has to shift the black.
Yeah, critical moment.
Yeah, this is it.
Oh, well,
Beautiful. That was a good shot. And black goes back to the position. And hidden, I think, from yellow, which is on the north boundary.
But not
yellow
hidden from
just
red.
goes for. No, not hidden from red. So yellow didn't think about that too much, just popped the ball in.
It's as long as it didn't get in red's way.
And blues come in, and no attempt to block the red shot, just went for position, said, well, go on, hit me. It's a miss. That's a miss. You could see there the swing, Kevin's swing has got a little kink in it at the back. And slightly hampered.
And that's
there it is.
Game and match, 7-3.
Yeah, game set match. There we go. So Gary Phipps from WA, he will play Malcolm Fletcher. And on the other side of the draw, Jamie Gumber will play Robert Fletcher in the semi-final of this Australian Golf Croquet Open.
Which we are hoping will proceed today. So we should be able to see one of the semi-finals. In the meantime, perhaps we can have a look at what's happening in the plate on the croquet scores. And we also have an innovation in this event. They used it for the doubles as well. The players who were 5th and 6th in the blocks have been put in a consolation competition. So that's, I think, started with a round robin, and then it's had having finals, so that there's an actual competition between those 4 to 8 players.
Yes, I saw that on Croquet scores, and I was looking at it. Jamie's brother Ethan is through in that one, and he came through playing Stephen Burns from Cooks River, who I don't know Stephen, and then he played Richard Hingst, and he won that in 2. They were best of 3s, and the final of that event is Ethan Gumble playing Mark Scruton. So that's an all-Canberra final.
They will have played each other often. So Ethan, one of the youngest players in this field. So looking at the plate, that's in blocks, and this is where we're up to, is it? The orange block looks as if Kate McLaughlin, president of Croquet New South Wales, has won all her games so far. And so
the Canberra player.
Mead. And another Canberra player. And Curtis Mead, who is another of the under-21s in this event, and he has won all of his games. I think including, she has beaten him. So we wait to see what happens there. Let's go across to the next of the plate blocks.
And something else about Curtis Mead, he played in the under-21s in New Zealand recently, didn't he?
He did. Yes, he did. So we had a couple of Australians across in that event. I think Addison Matthews was one of them. So here's Addison. Addison is another under-21. He's from Queensland. So we've got a few. And
that would have been a great experience for them. So their games would have improved a lot, and their enthusiasm also for competitions to enter the Australian Open after that. It was good.
Yeah. And we'll have another bronze and gold medal at the end, another bronze in Victoria at the end of this year, leading into the gold medal for the under-21s in the first part of next year. So here we have, again, 3 players tied, 1 on 4 wins. Janine Molyneux, she's a woman player from Queensland. Her sister belongs to my club at Brunswick. So she'll be quite excited to see her sister doing so well in the plate. Unbeaten in the plate, that's very nice. I think there's only 2 blocks in the plate.
No, I've got 3 on this, purple, brown and orange.
Here we go, brown. We haven't looked at brown, and Lindsay Patullo is not playing it. So here are some more women. So,
there's Phil DeRouge from Bendigo. I spent a bit of time with Phil earlier this year, coaching him to learn association croquet, but I haven't yet seen his name on tournament association. Yeah, he's a very strong player.
With Lindsay having dropped out, so there are no more games in that block. So Phil will lead that block with Jill Sullivan second. So perhaps we could look now at the Consolation, which is 8 people. I think, I'm not sure whether they've been split into blocks. Are you looking at that one? Here we go. It's a knockout. Helen Garman must have withdrawn. So Ethan beat our up-and-comer Richard Hinkst, who's been doing very well lately. And he also beat Shane Downey, so he's doing extremely well. Because they are two of the up-and-comer players in Victoria. Ethan is another 21. Yeah. And then he beat Richard Hinkst. So to come through to the finals. So that's another under 21 coming through, not from Victoria, but from New South Wales. But he has been on our network of under 21 players, the Zoom meetings that I've been running in my capacity as under 21 coordinator. Ethan and also Jamie, who is no longer under 21, but she sits in and contributes to the discussion. So it's been really nice talking to some of these young players who are really getting into the competition.
So it'd be nice if they'd bring their friends.
Bring their what?
Bring their friends. Bring their friends to the
yes.
clubs that start playing with more under 21s. It seems that the players that are in groups tend to improve. You notice little pockets of players, and there's a lot in Canberra who play together often and who develop their competition. And then, of course, there's the Fletcher brothers, the three of them that play together. And there was another little knot of young ones in Adelaide, in Hyde Park Club. There was Greg Fletcher and Ed Wilson, and that club benefited from having them play there too. Oh, well, now we're watching, there's Chaz Quinn, and I don't know who is playing there.
So he will be in the Y event, won't he?
I see Brett McCarty there.
Warming up. I think they're warming up. I would say they're both warming up. So it's Chaz against Brett McCarty. And it will be a Y event for the people who were beaten in the first round of the X.
Second.
So the X.
It's the quarters. After the quarters, Brett was beaten by Jamie Gumbrell in the quarterfinal of the X, and Chaz was beaten by Robert Fletcher. And so they're now playing off.
So it's not the Y event, it's a Z event. Is it? I get quite confused about these letters, but the Y has got the Y appears to be, I think we'll say
Why is the
it's a Z event. Okay, Y is the first round. Then the next round is that's got 16 in it. Then there's 8, so that's the quarters. So these are the people who were defeated in the quarters. So this is Chaz.
So I think it looks like we're going to watch Chaz playing Brett, and I noticed that Wade has arrived, and I believe Wade's taking over from me, Kate. Is that right?
Yes, and then you're coming back on and talking to Wade again after lunch. So yes, would you like to hang on just for a minute? I'll go and get a cup of coffee to fuel me up for the next hour and a half.
Sure.
All right. We'll say hello to Wade from Queensland, and we will watch the game on Court 1, which is, as we were just discussing, a Z event for two of the players who were knocked out in the quarterfinals. Chaz Quinn will be playing Brett McCarty. We saw Brett on the previous game being defeated by Jamie Gumbrell. So they're both very hard hitters, these two. They're not such distinct styles as Brett and Jamie. Wade, welcome on board.
Good morning. How's the play been so far?
Morning, Wade.
I'm
It's
hoping
pretty good.
Trisha, you fill in
Yeah,
fill Wade in on what's happened so
Yeah.
far this morning. I will go and
Okay.
pour myself a cup of coffee, and we come back in a minute. What we're watching is the players warming up on court one.
Morning, Wade. What's happened this morning is that Kevin McGlynn beat Gary Phipps in a tussle of 3 games to take the match. And we're now up to the semifinals, and Robert Fletcher will play Jamie Gumbrill and Malcolm Fletcher will play Gary Phipps. So what we're watching here are 2 of the quarterfinal losers. So that was Brett McCarty, who was beaten by Jamie Gumbrill. And we watched that one earlier this morning. Jamie has a very smooth, controlled, gentle swing, very smooth style, and eventually beat Brett. And again, that was 3, I think. And in the other game, Robert Fletcher beat Chaz Quinn, but that must have been before we started broadcasting, so we didn't see that one. And we're having Chaz playing against Brett, and both of them hit the ball really hard. So there'll be a lot of walking a long way in this game, I suspect. And Brett began to miss a few of the long clearances in his game against Jamie, and was being forced to do it all the time because of Jamie's good positioning. So it'll be interesting to see if he can get back some of that long clearing form in this game against Chaz. So that's the summary.
Excellent. Well, I look forward to seeing how this game between Chaz and Brett plays out. Looks like they're just hitting off now.
All right, it's all go. Blue's not such a great first ball for Brett, and Chaz is opting to, well, also a bit short. Bit of a sitting duck.
Yeah, it was very nice. Yeah, it was very nice of Chaz to go and save Blue's bad positioning by going and planting himself right in front of him, ready to get cleared down the court.
Yeah. And yellow's coming in. So, oh, yellow's promoted red. All right, Brett will deal with that. Oh, oops.
Shake it up, Brett. You'll be right. It's only the start.
He won't be happy with that one. Oh, dear.
No, but people say he's a nice bloke, so it just goes to show that that's exactly what he is. Gives the first hoop to Red on a platter, which Red promptly says thank you very much and goes all the way down to the next hoop, and he's already got control of hoop 2. So not the start Brett would have wanted, but he'll be right. He'll shake it off and get back into it.
It's nice to have best of 3s when you start a game like that.
And so
I can't see that particularly well. Is it blurry on your screen as well?
So Chaz is going to hit away black, and Brett's already preempted that and gone and stood exactly pretty much where he's cleared black to.
Yeah, saving time. Just about to put it back.
So imagine yellow is going to shoot at the hoop here, given that blue and black are off to the side and pose no threat to hoop running.
Yes, this is the pattern for Chaz. And it's whipped off the right-hand leg. And he just walks away. Oh, well.
So that's the break that Brett needed to get himself going in this game. He definitely wouldn't have wanted to find himself 2-0 down without sort of, thanks to that error in the first clearance of the game. So back to more.
So what is this? Oh, Chaz wanting to clear black. A bit unsteady on that
despite
one.
Despite his urgings to head to the right, not sure what he was doing there. But sometimes you're your own worst enemy. Maybe he was trying to peel it through. I'm unsure. It seemed like blue was in the jaws there.
I think blue was not quite in the jaws. I think he was trying to stop black in the jaws by bouncing a little bit into blue, but it was just too hard. Both balls moved too much. Chaz was just going to move anything then, but luckily hit the leg and hung around. Still in quite a nice spot there. All right, little promotion. I think Chaz can still see it though. But he doesn't hit it. I think that was just returning the favour, so that was fine. One each.
And he's caused a bit of a mischief by putting black just through the hoop, so now yellow can't really get himself over to the next hoop particularly easy. We'll see what he's going to concoct here. No, I think he was trying to roquet off, but it probably went better in his brain.
The score is 1-1. We need that corrected on the scoreboard.
So blue gets the first approach effectively to hoop 3. So after that, oh, maybe it doesn't. Needed more bacon for breakfast there. Or halloumi if he's a vegetarian.
I think he's looking for lunch. They both seem to be in a hurry.
Yeah, and the resulting approaches here are kind of reflecting that.
So nothing suitable to run a hoop yet. Still nothing, and just a little gimme there. Hit me, please. All right. Well, yellow's a possible hoop runner for a moment. Oh, I don't think Chaz can see the hoop. If he could see it, I think he'd go for it here. Not quite. I don't know what happened there. Did that go through? Chaz is not looking.
Judging
like
by the body language, no.
No.
He's not impressed at having to go and walk all the way down the other end of the court either.
He had nothing to lose, did he? It was a free shot. No. Brett has another free shot here. No. There's nothing timid about these two, is there?
No, definitely not. Especially as he had the opportunity there to set up with the ball and then clear red.
Mm. Now, Wade, Kate's back, so I think I'll go and have some lunch and I'll leave you two to watch this game, and I'll be back around 1.
Thank you, Tricia. So Kate Patrick here watching. Actually, I'm on site at Kenley and the Victorian Croquet Centre, but I am looking at the screen and I'm seeing we're watching a game in what we call the Z event between Chaz Quinn and Brett McCarty, both defeated in the quarterfinals and now competing against each other for who takes which place in the final sequence. So the Z event also has a winner and a runner-up. And that was an attempted jump by Brett. He's in blue. And I think Chaz, on his long walk back from the boundary, where he's been hitting yellow, might have a runner with red. What do you think, Wade?
I think he might. There was some very laissez-faire play there by the by Brett. I thought he was in a almost certain hoop-taking position there, but somehow it's conspired that red and yellow got that hoop. So we're down onto hoop 4 now.
And
Chaz
where
2-1
the
up.
score is 2-1 to Chaz. Nice ball by blue. Now they're just swashbuckling, aren't they? Going for the hoop, you'd say, and not getting the hoop. But black hasn't got a very good shot on yellow. Black probably go back in front, do you think? Let yellow clear blue and black will be in a good position. And blue will just, oh no.
No, he's got to clear one of those balls and that's what he's going to do.
That's what he's doing. Because if he went into position, red would just clear him before he had the next one. So yellow will have to clear blue. Oh, nearly walked on the ball. Back comes blue.
Red realising the danger, the black posed there to yellow and tried to clear it but failed. So Brett now should be able to dispatch yellow to the far corners of the court, leaving blue relatively short but slightly angled hoop run if yellow fails the cross-court clearance.
I think you're right in your position, but it wasn't cross-court, was it? Black went across the court, possibly not quite what was intended.
Yeah.
No, not what was intended. Look at the swing being practiced. And that was an attempted hoop. I think that was an intended hoop. Very long hoop. Unsuccessful. Whereas blue has got the hoop and the score goes to 2-2. Bounced up inside the hoop and through. Sometimes those bounce up inside the hoop do not go through. They bounce up and then go back again. Not quite sure why red would go there. Why do you think red would go there? It's not a looping position, but it's not easy to do.
I suspect it was a misplaced approach. Both these players don't seem to be quite on their game early in this match. Red retreating so that if it's cleared, it's not giving a glorious stop shot opportunity to black and blue. Black's going to try and either jaws it or force bully it through this hoop. If he hits it hard enough, he might pull the hoop out and get it to go through. No, a bit of subtlety. It's off the wire, but it's hard to see from this angle if black can be put through. Yellow clips blue. Blue doesn't do, I don't think, what Brett had in his mind. I think he might have been trying to just promote black across the hoop slightly, but the Canley lawn said no, too soft to do that. So black takes the absolutely glorious invitation there to stop red away and park itself in front of the hoop. The hoop approach play hasn't been up to the standard, but I guess yesterday we were watching Robert Fletcher and we got a little bit.
And today we were watching.
His hoop play.
Today we were watching Jamie Gumbrell, whose placement was wonderful.
Oh, that was a great hoop from the boundary. I'm fairly sure that ran. No, maybe it didn't.
Not put his clip on.
No, it must have been an optical illusion.
Because black
that one
has
did.
Now run.
And it's and
hang on.
Sadly, somebody put a peg right in the middle of the lawn.
He did run. It did run. What we saw, we thought we saw, we did see. There it is, going through. So black had to run it because it's right behind. That's why black is where it is, because it went neatly through and hit that inconvenient peg that's been put there by all those association players. And I think you must be an association player, Wade, because you've been using association language to describe the hoops. We have been criticised for this. Association players call the hoops by different names from golf croquet players.
Yeah, if that's the worst thing that I get criticised for in my life, I would have lived a very good life.
A long and happy one, probably.
It must have been able to be seen through. Yeah. Brett doesn't mess about, does he?
So we go to 3-all.
Kaboom. That was some shot. Brett's out there for a good time, not a long time.
I think it's quite interesting how they have these characteristically different names. I don't regard it as a problem at all. I think it's the names that the association players give the hoops also tells you where you are in your way around the court. So you've got, in golf croquet, it's all very simple. You've got hoops 1 through hoop 12. And then hoop 13 or 19 or whatever, if you happen to go to a different format of the game. But they all just have numbers. But in Association. Recite them for me, Wade. How do they go in association croquet?
You have the first 6, and then
1 to 6. Very
they call
straightforward.
it then they call it the back to 4. Back 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is 7, 8, and 9, and 10, and then penultimate and rover. Just because it's a nice Edwardian or Victorian game, they just like to use more flowery language, just to be a bit fancy.
Yeah.
Probably the same
And
people
they
that
have
decided to
actually-
put rose in tea and stuff.
And they do now use, in the new laws, they do use the golf croquet names as well for 7, 8, 9, 10 to 12. But I'm glad to say they have hung on to penultimate and rover and 1 back, 2 back, 3 back, 4 back, because that feels like a tradition being persisted with here. But in golf croquet, it is fair to say that we don't have 1 back, we have 7. And 7 is the hoop that they are currently on from a golf croquet perspective. Of course,
Blue's
many of
giving
the
yellow
people
there.
watching. Oh, yeah, go
Giving
on,
it a
Wade,
lovely in-off opportunity. So black was well aware of that and tried to hit it, but instead he's gone and put that over. I think he's got to walk to Morwell to pick that ball up. It's even gone past the tubing.
It has. And well, it's very important to yellow to get this ball out of the way. He didn't take the in-off that you were expecting. So an in-off being when you hit a ball that's just nestling near the hoop, and you not only hit that ball, but you come around the corner and go through the hoop with your own ball. Very clever. But no, that wasn't possible. So now, will he hit blue away, or will he go for the hoop?
No, it's got to go for the hoop.
You think he'd go for the hoop?
Yeah, well, that's how they've been playing so far. Oh, that was in the middle and was said, no, not today. No. Wasn't a bad effort, though. Sometimes they can be in the middle of the hoop, and for some reason of physics that's unbeknownst even to Albert Einstein, the ball just doesn't go through. You can be in the middle of the hoop and it just jumps out and ends up at the side of the hoop, and you're like, what physics black hole am I in on this court that it's done that? And that's what happened to red there.
I think the spin on the ball is what Tricia was saying. The spin on the ball takes it through. The spin on the ball leaves it where it is. I think we're looking at an empty court, which is, why are we looking at an empty court?
Because probably Brett's still collecting his ball from Morwell. Here he is.
Okay, so now Chaz thinks that he's going to clear blue to Morwell again. But he doesn't. He sends his own ball to the other side of the court. And blue, he's just going to bring blue into its position where it went out as he goes across to get his yellow ball. Thank you, Chaz.
So Brett adjusting his gloves, ready to hit this at 1,000,000 miles an hour.
And he has cleared red.
Yeah, so that leaves black sitting in front of the hoop and red all the way down the far end. So this hoop's had a few shifts of control. You definitely want to be in Brett's position now because Chaz has got to hit this from the other side of the court. Must have been wired because it seemed like he just generally flung it down the end rather than hitting it with any great care. No, they're still not done with this hoop. Must go on.
So now we're going to have a change of commentator. Peter Freer is going to join you, Wade. Peter Freer is, and I think we're going to move from this game across to the semi-final between Malcolm.
Oh, excellent.
They're not ready yet.
They're not ready yet. When they are ready, I'll alert you, and the camera will move across to court 2 so we can watch the semi-final. But this is a very entertaining game. It's got perhaps more error in it than some of the games we've been watching, but it doesn't make it less interesting. So now I'm going to hand over to Peter Freer. Thank you very much, Peter.
Good afternoon, Peter. So this hoop continues on. Black now to play, and he's can't really take position because yellow's right there, and yellow's not really appealing to clear. So looking for a jaws, which has not happened. So now yellow might repeat the process here, looking for repeated the process of not making the hoop. We've had that quite a bit on this hoop. Perhaps there was some bones buried underneath that hoop that's causing them to miss. Lovely little promotion.
Delicate.
Yeah. It might have done with one more circumference worth of roll on the ball, but it was an excellent idea. So we'll see what he's able to make of it now. With yellow in that position, a jaws could be nearly as good as a hoop.
And a jaws it is.
A bit. Yeah, although its bum is poking out a bit, so yellow could come along and smack it right on that bottom and get it out of there. We will see.
He's got a hampered backswing.
Oh. Without the referee observing that, it could be a discussion about a foul shot, which I think both players agree that it was. It looked like a topped shot. So it didn't hit the face of the mallet. It hit the corner of the face, which is a foul shot. You have to hit the ball with the bang on the front of your mallet.
And so Brett's taken the opportunity to promote his blue ball down the court.
Yep. There's not too much red can do from there. So he's just put it up there, resigned to the face.
He was trying. I think he was trying for the block, but he was too long. Man. I can't hear myself.
So blue comes in, takes a nice hoop running position, and black will be stalking yellow there. Red could be coming down, attempting to block. Just run just a little bit further than perhaps was intended. So that gives the opportunity for black to dispatch yellow, which he does. So black now, yellow now will have to have a 7-yard clearance back on blue because blue's in a pretty threatening hoop running position.
He's not shooting, he's just going back into position.
Yeah.
It was almost a great block, but he's just a bit short.
Yeah. I was almost famous once.
Why were you almost famous, Wade?
Sadly, though, it ended up like the yellow ball. No good at all.
Okay, so the score is now 5-3.
Yeah, this is the hoop that Chaz really can't afford to lose. If you lose the next hoop at 5-3, unless you're Reg Bamford in a World Cup final, you're really against it.
Nice firm hoop run
Powered
by Brett.
Yeah, he really powered that one through.
He does. I mean, Brett can play a gentler, softer game, but he prefers to use some power.
So Chaz was trying to get rid of the red there, knowing that it was all over the black, but he just nicked it. So red should still be able to clear black from in front of the hoop there.
Brett's gone for another walk on the next court to retrieve his ball.
Yeah. Looks like Malcolm's kicked off on the other court as well over there.
I'd say they'd just be warming up at this stage.
He's looking pretty serious about that hoop approach shot. So I think our game is just waiting while this other game on the same court is playing their first balls across to hoop one.
So the other game is between Kevin McGlynn and Barry Jennings. So that's the start of the Z. The first round losers. The second round losers in the X.
And that was an excellent clearance that red made on black, because they've ended up all ducks in a line there and black can't see yellow. So his only option is to try and get a block on. And he mightn't have the block, but he is in hoop running position should yellow fail to make the hoop. Really important hoop this for Chaz.
And a reject.
No, rejected. Much to his disappointment, he knew how important that hoop was as well.
So Brett's now trying to put blue in as a block, but looks a bit short.
It might just have been a successful block. It's close enough to force black to clear it. Although black has disappeared somewhat with the red ball, so
I think Brett McCarty would regard that still as a close range clearance.
yeah, that's true. It'll be interesting to see if he takes the clearance here with blue, or he sets up with blue and backs himself to hit with black. Looks like he's setting up with blue and then going to back himself.
No, I think he's actually trying for the hoop.
Yeah.
And I have no idea whether that went through or... yeah.
No, that's ended up in Bendigo.
Yeah, and I'd say it must have missed if it ended up in the middle of the south boundary. So yeah, the safe option was to clear yellow and try and hang around in front of the hoop.
Yeah, either that or park yourself in front of the hoop and then take the shot at yellow with the black. But either way, this is what we've ended up with.
Yeah. Red was very short.
Red was short too. So
now yellow's on the boundary and blue is also on the inside boundary. So very safe spot to clear from.
Drifted left and right, but ended up in front of the hoop.
2-on-2.
Blue coming in like a French exocet missile.
And in the background, we can see the first of the semi-finals still warming up. They haven't started yet. So they're on lawns 2 and 3.
That should be a good
game. Both games are just practicing at this stage.
So red looking to block black's attempted clearance. Just caught the wire.
Yeah. And ended up blocking yellow on the hoop. So Brett just comes in.
No, is yellow going to turn around and notice that it was an easy block back to the blue ball, or
he's trying to promote red through the hoop? He tried to promote red through the hoop and came off the outside leg. So Brett's now firmly in control. Puts a second runner in.
At least they're having fun. At least they're having fun.
So Chaz clears the another fault.
Yeah, I'm unsure of what the fault was. It could be a wrong ball. That could be the problem.
Yes, yellow had just tried to promote red through, and so it's red to play. Now Brett had the option then to ball swap, or to put yellow back and make him play red, and he opted for the latter because that put both his balls back in front of the hoop. And Chaz has now got a little bit of a longer clearance. So I think we're about ready to cut across to lawn 2 to see the first semi-final between Malcolm Fletcher and Gary Phipps from Western Australia. And on court 3, Jamie Gumbrell from Canberra is playing off against Robert Fletcher, mostly from Ballarat, Alexander, but currently playing out of Caloundra.
Yeah, we had the pleasure up in Queensland of watching them play AC last weekend, and it was last weekend, the weekend before. I forget, time goes into a void sometimes, but it's the first time I'd seen both the Fletcher boys in the flesh play, and goodness gracious, the ball control was just exceptional to watch. They would pick a 20-cent piece that they wanted to drop it on the other side of the court, and that's exactly where the ball would go.
Well, it's interesting. In this game, Malcolm's put his first ball in long, and so Red's gone equally circumspect. So both of them mirroring each other. Neither's in the V, neither can run the hoop. But if black goes in a good hoop running position, then we can expect to see red cleared. Gary coming in. Tried to tickle red behind black, but didn't make it. And a miss.
Oh, just missed.
Now, it's important to realise the Fletchers are human. They don't get 100%.
Yeah, it was one of those witching distances that sometimes, because you think you should be hitting them, you end up putting some pressure on yourself not to miss.
As Gary's making very sure and putting it into the corner, which is the furthest he could find. Literally the corner.
Yeah. So after missing that Croquet, Malcolm's gone and taken his jumper off, freshened himself up, left the bad shot with the jumper.
Cleared red. Yellow's not in the running position, but black's gone across back to corner 4. So Gary will just set up.
Gary's definitely got control of this hoop, even if he can't run at this stroke. With black and blue over in corner 4, he's got a chance to put 2 balls in front of the hoop here.
And he just took care just to put yellow slightly past the centre line of the hoop. So even if they hit him, if they hit him at pace, they're not staying anyway.
It also does take away the possibility of an in-off if it's just past the hoop as well, even if it is an accidental in-off.
And Malcolm's very keen on in-offs. He converted a couple of brilliant ones against me.
Ready, 2 on 2.
You don't sound bitter about it at all.
No, I like a good in-off, even if other people do it.
Yeah, no, they are very satisfying, even when the opposition do them. So the second ball goes in just to double the chance.
And it's always a debate about whether you should try and put a block in or whether that risks a double clearance. Because these guys play with enough power that if they hit your ball, it's like a cannon into something and keep going. And another miss from long distance.
So Gary played a patient game here, getting control of this hoop, and now he's got both his balls bang in front. So has to be a little bit careful about where he's placing his feet here. He's doing a dance with the red ball.
Oh, and a reject.
Just put him off enough that didn't quite make the hoop. So now Malcolm's left with 2 7-yarders to hit to see if he can swing this hoop around back into his favour.
He's got to hit and stay. So you need to centre ball.
Either a centre ball or even a right ball to hit it to the boundary.
Threaded it, yes. So you'll be interested to know that we've just reset all these hoops to 10.5. So because there are enough good players in this event, the semi-final and finals are playing to really tight hoops. So the normal width for a competition is 11/16, and we had been playing just slightly inside that, but now they're right out at 10.5, so they're quite narrow. But Gary has no problems running red.
Yeah, I think he's run it all the way up to the foul boundary.
Well, that's typical. The top players are actually, their idea is they're not just running it down to the next hoop, they're putting it past the hoop, and it becomes their next clearing ball. So Gary will be aiming to put yellow in front of the hoop, and then red will clear black. So they're trying to discourage black from getting too close to the hoop. But the response to that, of course, is to try and put black in a wide position from red. I can't quite see on the screen whether he's achieved that.
No, I don't think he did. It's open, but it's still probably 8.5 yard clearance.
Well, it's interesting whether that was intended as a blocker behind the hoop or whether he just got it wrong. Gary's just coming back with a block rather than trying to clear. And he didn't get the block.
2-on-2.
And a nice hoop. So the score is 1-1.
Yeah, after sort of struggling at the first hoop with his roquets, no damage done. It's 1-1 after 2 hoops.
Meanwhile, in the other Y game, it's at 8 o'clock. David Scott and Richard Parks are still now fighting at hoop 9 in the third game after 4.5 hours.
4.5 hours, wow.
And I'm interested because I get to play whoever wins. And we finished our 2 games at 9:30. hence why I'm on commentary and hoop setting.
Yeah, that's an epic series of games, 4.5 hours.
Well, I hope they'll be exhausted.
Yeah.
2-on-2.
That's a beautiful little position. So red's come in between yellow and the hoop with blue on the outside. But Malcolm was so tempted to smack yellow into red. On the other hand, no, yellow plays first.
3-on-3.
So there's been some attempts to put stymies on. So, you know, it would be really good if yellow stymied blue here, because if you hit it, blue does have a shot back at red. But if you stymie it, you can take that away. But on these lawns, they just roll off and fall away. And I haven't been able to get a successful stymie on the last couple of days. So Malcolm's just coming in. I think you take the position that, the red hasn't got a great hoop position. It's still a bit on the edge. Gary just bumped black away, but he didn't stay on the V. You were going to say
no,
that?
Malcolm's taken this opportunity to run up the hoop, seeing that his blue was left there, but he fails that one.
Yep. You'll notice how nice and firm the hoops are.
Yeah, whoever set them must be a madman.
I think that one's one of Kevin Beard's. A nice safe clearance. Puts black into the corner and red down to the boundary opposite the hoop. So it's good controlling position.
Yeah. It's exactly how he would have had that go in his brain.
Yep. Because if you stay out, you can be cleared. Whereas they call it the Egyptian position because you're safe. Black's come in for a block, so I think we'll see yellow take black.
2-on-2.
This one, Gary will be trying to stay around. But he goes a little left of where he should to.
I think as well he could be setting up black for a clearance with red.
Yep. Red can send black a long way.
3-on-3.
It's interesting, Thomas. And he's clipped red into a non-hoop running position.
Yeah. Or I think it was yellow.
Red moved yellow.
Yes.
Yeah. But I was going to point out that blue was surprisingly short. It didn't make it into a hoop running position itself. There's been more sideways play these days, where people deliberately go to the side of the hoop and just wait. It's a lurk thing where you're hoping that someone stuffs up and presents you with a really good clearance across the length of the court, and you can also put yourself in front of the hoop at the same time.
Yeah, so and especially if you can also wire yourself from another ball that's around the hoop and force them into playing before you.
Yes. No, you want to be red with blue the other side of the hoop.
So it looks like an attempted jaws here.
And missed the whole hoop. So one of the problems with Canley is they do like packing them with spade and moss. And so I'm a bit suspicious about how many hills there are. And so I think what happened there is he was approaching the hoop and just hilled off in front of it. And so you notice Gary has now put both balls on the inside so that he can clear a long way. And so Malcolm's very
not going to
cautious.
fall for that.
Yeah, stay up near the boundary. So Gary will be looking to put yellow where blue can't see it. It could be a bit deep.
Ready 2 on 2.
But he gets a consolation prize that they'll put him back in front of the hoop, albeit back on the border.
Going for the positional block rather than the clearance of black, given that he can probably only clear it a yard or so down to the boundary.
Exactly. And take red with him. So this way, red's not only blocking, but if anything goes wrong, it's in a great hoop running position.
Is Malcolm going to jump here, given that?
Exactly what I was going to ask. I think he'll clear because red's far enough out. But he is taking a lot of care.
Yeah, I'm going to back him to do a jump shot because that's what the punters want. It's what will attract James Packer to give millions to this game. Spectacular jump shots like this. No, it was a clearance.
And I think he was hoping for a finer thing and perhaps a chance to cannon into the hoop and rebound. We haven't come up with a good term for that. At the moment, we're calling it forking, where you just put your enemy ball past the hoop at a very shallow angle and try and get your ball either into the hoop or bouncing off a leg. But the term is a bit ugly. You can mispronounce it easily.
So it's deliberately playing the rebound kind of into the hoop so that it acts as a barrier or a bounce back.
Yeah, it depends on the angle, and you're talking about very fine angles here. But if you can put the enemy ball past the hoop and get your ball either into the hoop or at least onto a leg, that would be a really good outcome. So it's not just about bashing.
Somehow he's managed to go between the yellow and the hoop, and there must have only been a ball gap in there, and he's managed to find it.
And the irony is he's managed to hit his own ball down on the halfway mark. I mean, it was an out ball, so it's totally academic, but it's amusing. No, Gary's surprisingly short there. I wonder if he accidentally grounded his mallet and took some of the power off. So it's been poised at 1-1 for a fair bit of time at hoop 3.
Yeah, it was quite a bit of cat and mousing happening. Neither player could quite take position because the other player was there to clear them. So it ended up being a tactical cat and mouse until the last couple of shots, but now it's presented nicely for yellow to have a pretty good shot at this hoop.
Yep. So I think he could just see yellow, but he hit the lead on the way through and bounced off. Taking care and through nicely.
Yes, nice.
The score is now 2-1 to Gary.
I think one of his balls could in fact be offside. But it's great to have a look at the replay here of the nice smooth stroke with a nice follow through. Given how tight these hoops are, the follow through's extra important so that once it's in the middle of the jaws, there's the spin and the momentum on the ball to carry it through rather than getting stuck in the jaws.
Or even worse, dribbling through to about 1 foot deep. We call that the devil's spot because it's really, really hard to hit it without faulting.
And he's managed to put yellow 2/3 of the way, maybe 60% of the way to the next hoop, which gives him excellent range for clearing this black ball, blue ball that is coming in here.
Yeah, it's a bit short.
So if he can put this red ball in a good position, he'll back himself to clear blue with yellow and be right on top of this hoop.
Well, the really flash shot is to come off blue and cross towards 5. Nice, careful shot by black. Gary's going the hoop by the look of it. He's decided both the other balls are out of the V, so you might as well have a shot.
Oh, when you shoot like that, why not? That's better than pretty good. That's really excellent shooting, especially like you said with the hoops extra tight. It was an absolutely perfect shot, no margin of error. Again, lovely follow through.
Yeah, it's interesting. At the top of the follow through, he was twisted, but that didn't affect the shot. So that makes it 3-1.
He might twist at the top of the follow through for the same reason. There's a kink in the handle of his shaft, but like you said, the stroke is well and truly finished by the time that occurs, because that was a wonderfully straight shot through that hoop.
So Malcolm, I think, put his first ball deliberately past the hoop, so it makes a less attractive target. That made Gary put red deep because blue was obviously going to clear whatever came in. So black should have been in a hoop running position, but looks a bit short. And he's put yellow in as a decoy ball. So he's trying to suck Malcolm into hitting it instead of going for red.
It looks like it's worked because he's going to.
Yeah, well, the attraction is if you
yellow.
can hit clear yellow and get the block.
That's what the attempt was. It looks like it worked because Gary's not shooting at the hoop here. He's going to clear black.
And that gives him an in off blue potentially.
Blue is probably
I think he'll just put a second runner back in. It's not worth trying to clear yellow that distance.
yes.
Oh, it's a bit short.
Yep. Like a jockey at the bar, couldn't quite get over the edge.
Oh dear.
Nice
A
centre
little
ball
bit on the
clearance there.
side, but Yeah, a little bit on the right, but not enough to get in the hoop.
The risk with deliberately hitting off the side is if it doesn't hit at least hit the stanchions, you can end up disappearing as well. Whereas a nice centre ball clearance, that yellow stayed right next to the hoop and forced blue to go back far the other side.
Now, it's interesting here. If red gets a good position where black can't see it, that forces black to take yellow because blue needs to take red.
Yeah, so Malcolm really wants to control this clearance. It's critical that black stays here.
That's pretty good.
Really good tactical croquet from these two.
Mm. And like an update on the Y game, it's finally finished. I don't have a clue who won. But my only game down there is between Owen Dickinson and Gerda Lambeck. The other semi-final was Robert and Jamie.
Lovely, lovely clearance. So Malcolm there managed to clear red and travel his ball into the jaws of the hoop. At 3-1 down, that was a big play because if he can manage to keep blue there after yellow's turn, he can not only make it 2-3, but also run it down to take immediate control of hoop 6. But first he's got to clear this yellow. Which he has done. He's shaking his head a little bit, but I'm not sure why he'd be terribly unhappy because it's going to take some kind of jump shot to get it through from the boundary through hoop 5. I think he's deciding discretion's the better part of valor here in going halfway to the next hoop, although it looks like it's travelled a little bit further than halfway, quite a bit further.
Hello, Wade. So happy to join you again. Kate Patrick here, replacing Peter Freer. Thank you very much, Peter Freer. Peter had a game to play in his section of the draw. So he's gone off to have his lunch before he plays that. And now I think that was run by Malcolm Fletcher, takes him to 2-3.
Yes, and Gary's yellow here is offside, so it's going to go over to the naughty spot. And that one shot with the clearance that blue did on the red really not only turned that hoop on its head, it could potentially turn the match on the head because Malcolm was in a little bit of trouble at 3-1, seemingly not controlling that hoop. And then with that one shot, he managed then to not only make the hoop back to 2-3, but get it up right in front of it to control hoop 6. But he'll be disappointed with that hoop approach shot. He would have really liked black in an excellent hoop running position for after he cleared red. I'm sure Gary's going to have something to say about this.
Oh,
Mr. by a whisker.
So now you're thinking clear red. You were saying you hoped black would have hoped black to be in a hoop shot. It looks to me as if he might be going for the hoop.
Yep, he's felt the vibe. I think if black was in... No, he did clear red. But he especially would have if black was in front of the hoop, but he must have decided that he wasn't feeling the vibe to shoot past black at the hoop and to play the more conservative tactic and make sure that the opposition had no chance of clearing there, because he does have control of this hoop. So by clearing red, he maintains control of that hoop even if he hasn't won it yet.
I was wondering
So
whether
Gary must have thought
black was in.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he must have thought he could see it, but just hit the stanchion. So Malcolm here is not going to force the issue by trying to get it in the jaws or anything. He looks like he's just going to plant it in front, let yellow shoot from the far boundary at whatever it's going to shoot at, and then clear red with blue if blue's still sitting there. How did that find that gap? Malcolm surveying the scene.
Checking if red can see black. So he's got options. He could try a block, he could do a block behind, which would be interesting, where he goes behind. No, he's not doing that. If he'd gone behind black, then black would have cannoned into him. That would have been quite neat, really.
Yeah.
Oh, look. Now
Yeah, given the fact that he didn't. Yeah.
Yes.
Given the fact that he didn't clear red, meant that he must have decided that it was wired well enough.
But it's
not
not
at an
in a good
angle,
position.
so that was a good clearance.
I think that
Malcolm
red
can
is
make
thinking of jumping. I think he can. Well, he's a little further out than you could. Than it looked from. Yes, he did make it. Yes.
But I think you were correct, Kate, that he would have been very happy with that clearance because it set him up for a jump if Malcolm had not managed to run it and it got stuck in the jaws. But Malcolm being the such a proficient, he managed to get that shot exactly right and get it through the hoop.
So it's
Peter was telling us that the hoops have been set exceptionally tight, so that was a very good shot at that angle to get it through.
Yeah. Now, there we go, across to hoop 7, as the golf fraternity call it. And did you see that little gesture by Gary? He didn't wait for Malcolm to tell him to go across to the penalty area because yellow had gone more than halfway without having hit an opponent ball or had anything to do with running of a hoop, so definitely offside. And so Gary just gestured to Malcolm, shall I go over there, which is the obvious penalty spot to send him to, and Malcolm said yes. So one of those nice courtesies that happens. Because if you do go further than halfway, as all of our golf croquet playing fans will know, you do get sent to a penalty spot, but it has to be by the opponent. You don't automatically pick up your ball and go there. Well, that was nice.
That's an excellent clearance. He managed to bounce off the clearance ball to the near boundary, so yellow's still in front of the hoop, and he sent blue 2/3 of the way across the hoop, across the court. So now blue has a 10 or 11 yard Croquet back to red.
Oh, and he's carried red across
hit.
the boundary.
So will Gary take position here, or will he shoot at the black ball? the black ball, but sadly on the wrong side, or the side that he would rather have not hit it on, because he's just given Malcolm maybe perhaps even a better angle than he had before. And red's gone and disappeared over to the far boundary. So we'll see if Malcolm can make another angled hoop. Not this time.
Now we have another change of commentators. Tricia Devlin, who is near Castlemaine, is coming on board to join Wade, who is somewhere in Queensland. I'm not quite sure where, Wade. So perhaps you could tell us. And they're joining this game. This is the first, was one of two semi-finals, obviously two. They are 3-3 in the first game of a best of 3. And in the background, we can see the second semi-final. So I will actually go off to the veranda and see if I can discover what the scores are in the other semi-final and come back and let you know. So over to you, Tricia. Welcome.
Thanks, Kate, and you've had a well-deserved break now. Hello, Wade. So this looks like a close one, 3 each.
Yes, it's been close. If anything, I would say that Gary's perhaps had the better of the general play, but Malcolm has played a couple of clutch, very skillful shots that have pulled him back to being even after 6 hoops. So yes, it's been tight, and anyone's game. There's neither of these players at this point would you consider favourites to progress.
Oh,
so
good.
It should be an excellent duel to watch.
Yes, and both, of course, very skilled. They've reached the semi-finals of the Australian Open, so neither of them are slouches. That was actually an uncharacteristic miss from Malcolm, just by a little bit, but a miss is a miss.
Yeah, we've seen Malcolm miss a couple of those distance roquets that surprise you when they do miss, given that Malcolm is usually so accurate. But even with those misses, as I mentioned a second ago, he's still holding it even with Gary here. But Gary now has a really good chance to run this hoop, and given that it's one of the straight hoops, if he can get a nice run on it, he can also get positioned down at the next hoop. He gets the hoop, doesn't quite get the run, but he won't be too unhappy about that. We've got a score update from the game. You can, yes, ugly. And while we're watching this replay, we'll just give you a score update for that game that you can see happening behind the play, which is the other semi-final at the moment at hoop 4, just being made. Jamie Gumble is 3-1 up against Robert Fletcher in that game.
Ooh. Just saw a good clearance from
away
Robert.
From the black there.
I'm just trying to work out, we're on court 2 at Cairnlea, so there's some interesting twists in this court, particularly trying to come down to this hoop 8. It'll normally veer off to the camera's left, and so the players are going to have to allow for all these funny curves on this court.
So an excellent approach shot there from Malcolm. So if yellow doesn't do something here about the blue ball will be sending red to the east boundary. So expect a clearance shot here from Gary onto the blue. He's just going to come down and survey the scene before he fires his ball down at it, because you can see the three of them sitting there. Blue is in a prime position to clear red away, and probably in process also managing to hold its position in front of the hoop. So I'm sure Gary's
Yes,
realised that, and he's going to try and deal with this blue ball.
not an easy shot, very long way away. But we'll see how it goes.
Of course, the other thing he might be doing is just going straight for the hoop, solving all the problems at once. It's at blue, but it just misses off to the right.
No. And misses the hoop as well. So Blue's definitely going to go for the hoop now.
Yeah, I thought that perhaps he might have taken the clearance, but I suppose he figures that red is stymied from its shot at the hoop, and just to take the point that's on offer.
Absolutely. And he does.
Lovely hoop. So
that levels the
turn, we're
score.
4-all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, continues to be a tight game, going nearly hoop for hoop the whole way around. No quarter given, and of course, with these two of the best players in the country, they wouldn't be asking for any quarters either.
Nobody has the advantage for this hoop at this stage. All of the approach shots are being made from roughly the same distance, about 14 yards away.
So the red ball went a little bit further past the hoop, and in reply, black has gone over near it, but it can only get cleared likely to the near side. Yellow's disappeared past the hoop too, which Gary's probably going to be a bit disappointed about, because he's not failed to get in front of the hoop with both those balls. Malcolm's parked right in front
succeeded.
though.
Red's going to deal with it.
His decision quickly there. Yeah, his decision was made quickly there. Red's going to take blue. Lovely controlled clearance. He's managed to send blue all the way to the other corner of the court while moving the red ball post contact about a yard. That was a perfect shot.
And Malcolm's going to answer with the same sort of shot.
So two exceptionally well executed full ball clearances there from both players. And just like the shot was the same, so is the walk across the court.
Everybody aspires to be able to clear as well as that. That was a picture book one.
So now they get to compare their hoop approaches. They've answered each other with the clearances. Let's see how they go with the return hoop approaches. Yellow just short, and so now blue will be able to see if it can do any better in gaining a position in front of hoop 9 when they're at 4-all. Malcolm playing much deeper.
Yeah. Blue hanging out
everything
at the
in front
back.
of him. Yeah, so everything in front of blue there is going to be open court clearances. Gary putting black into the corner while also, even more importantly, taking position in front of the hoop with his red striker ball. So again, another excellently controlled clearance from Gary. He's managed to effectively play two shots with one. So he's not only done the clearance shot with black, he's also effectively had a second shot where he's positioned red. So will Gary go for a block here? Yeah, so Gary's going to go for a block or a stymie, and he's managed to do it.
And he does. That's a
Yeah,
great shot.
Yeah, Malcolm will be hoping they're touching. If they're touching, he might be able to pull off some croquet stroke masterpiece here. I'm unsure. We'll find out in a second if they're touching, depending on what shot he plays. They mustn't be, given that he's having to play across the ball there. So now Gary with the hoop on a plate. And most importantly, he doesn't just want to run this. He wants to get this red ball up to hoop 10 so that he can control hoop 10 as well.
And
Nice and
interestingly,
smooth.
Malcolm
How
has
far is that
made
running
it a
up?
Malcolm's made it a 2-ball game now. Red and black are both free, but the other two are stuck together, and he did that quite deliberately.
Yep. We saw before when this happened that Gary just immediately played away from the hoop. Away from the stymie of the balls. So we'll see if he does that again here, or whether he deems his ball and they both sort of end up unloved down here, hanging out by themselves.
Well, he's going up to size up the position at the next hoop. Put his ball in. Have a look what he's got.
Yeah, I'm surprised. One thing I've noticed in this is the amount of times, because they're such good players, they run the ball all the way to the far boundary often, but the opponents don't insist on getting the ball marked before they play in, because a ball on the far boundary, of course, can be hidden behind the hoop. And if the ball's not marked in, it can be put in inaccurately and otherwise why a ball might not be. But anyway, Gary has to come down and decide what he's going to do with these two balls hanging out watching Netflix down this end of the court.
Well, Malcolm put his eggs into the basket of black being able to take better position than red. He aims to get this next hoop because of this tactical move. It's quite bold, isn't it?
I think that could be a deemed shot there. Will we see Malcolm do a croquet stroke? Or will he deem it? The referee's coming over. He might be asking if they're touching or not. No, again, they mustn't be touching if he's playing across it. So he's played it across. Perhaps he's trying to play it to become a touching ball so that he can play a croquet stroke. Not exactly sure. But Malcolm would be a man with a plan.
I'm wondering if he's hoping to hit off it to where he wants to go in the next shot. So he might be getting around to a better angle for that. So Gary's missed with the clearance on black from the north boundary where his red ball finished off. Now he's right back down in the south again. And Malcolm has a free run at this hoop.
And through it goes.
Leveling the game.
So now it's back to Gary to see what he's going to do. See, now if he can't play this ball, Malcolm effectively ends up with the first shot again at the next hoop, because if blue can't get up to that hoop, if yellow can't get up to that hoop, it leaves the next shot to blue. And of course, blue mightn't be able to play up to there either. But so it's definitely an interesting point of play here, and we'll have to see what they decide to do.
Well, it's what are they looking at there? Malcolm's just seeing if he's got a line on, or Red's going to have a line on his position of black when he eventually does it. He might be even looking to promote. No, he can't be. I thought he might be able to flick off the yellow, but no.
I think
he's blocking Red's path.
Yeah, he's just being a nuisance to Red. Like those people that don't keep left when they're walking slowly down the road.
I was abused on the escalator in London. I didn't know that you kept right or left or whatever it is. Right, you keep right, apparently. And I was standing on the wrong side.
And did you say, I'm just a simple lady from country Victoria. I'm from the colonies.
No, I just said, did you get out of the bed the wrong side this morning?
So Malcolm, will he clear or will he position?
Well, it looks like he's positioning. I'm surprised. I thought he would clear, but no, he's positioning. So if he's saying to Gary, you know, clear me or run the hoop.
Yeah, so it'll probably depend on where this yellow ball ends up.
Yeah.
Yes, it will be interesting to see what decision Gary takes here. Of course, Malcolm might have something to say about this yet. I wouldn't be surprised to see Malcolm shoot at this red ball.
Or block. What do you think? He's looking like a big swing coming up.
Yeah, I wouldn't pretend to know better than Malcolm. It looks like he's just taking position. Oops, just caught the back of the hoop. So Gary,
well, that's not a bad spot.
Looking like he's...
That's not a bad spot.
Yeah, Gary's looking...
It's red. Sorry.
Gary's going to take this black and perhaps as well look for an in-off if on the left-hand side of the ball. Almost got the in-off. But sadly, he didn't even catch the... just went to the left of the hoop, didn't catch the stanchion, so it's travelled down near the peg. So yellow is still in a hoop running position, blue to play. Or is it black to play? Black is to play, beg your pardon, but Malcolm's come across to have a bit of a gander at what's going on.
Good look. I think he'll be popping himself in front of the hoop to block yellow, and assuming that if yellow still has a line, blue can clear it if it fails.
Yeah, and yellow is a fair distance away. So if Malcolm puts in a really nice position ball here, he really challenges Gary and says, well, you either make this hoop or I will, especially with the red down there.
Oh, that's just not quite.
Far.
A little bit far.
So it takes the pressure off this shot from Gary.
Yep, free shot.
Gary can take this shot now nice and relaxed at 5-all. This is a big hoop because you really get the advantage in the game if you can make this hoop.
Down there.
But not that time.
No, that was a good one. If he got that, red was right down past the peg.
Okay, so now,
all right, now
you would say that Robert's got control of this hoop now. He's the one taking the positions, and Gary will be the one needing to clear, because oftentimes what happens is as soon as you cash in your chips at the casino and take a shot at the hoop, if that shot doesn't go through, the opponent can then wrangle the control of the hoop from you. So that's what's happened there. Malcolm now has gained control of this hoop, and Gary's now the one that's forcing to be doing the clearing. So blue hid from
Yes,
red. So it's a bit of a
I mean,
challenging
it's a
shot
very-
here because red
Yes.
is right on blue.
Yeah, he's likely to have a collision that he didn't want. But no,
Lovely.
that's a good shot. And
Yeah,
what
if
can
anyone
yellow
can
see?
figure the angles out, it'll be Malcolm Fletcher. So he's got his two balls in front. And of course, blue can't really see the hoop now because black's sitting in front of it.
But blue can certainly see yellow.
Yeah, we'll see what Malcolm's going to do. Is he going to do something tricky and try and rush peel black through the hoop? Try and use blue to hit onto black and black to go through the hoop. He's definitely contemplating it.
He is, but it's a low odds shot.
Yeah,
No.
you could see going
No,
through his
no,
brain and go,
no.
that'd be bloody good if it worked. I'd do it on the social play on a Tuesday morning, but semi-final of an Australian
No.
Open, he's decided that discretion's better.
Yeah. And still keeping blue in running position. Not quite blocking black from red, but still running position. And there's the clearance that you'd expect.
Yeah, but Malcolm can keep well control of this hoop. He just needs to put this ball back in the middle, and red's now on the far east boundary. So even if blue's cleared, red's then got to clear black again. So he positioned black there so that it's unlikely to get ricocheted on the clearance.
That's clever.
Oh, it did get ricocheted, but fortunately for Malcolm and unluckily for Gary, it pipped black back in line with the hoop. So it's going to be, the pressure's going to be on Gary's next shot to hit that black because it's right in front.
I think there'll be a bit of a block here. No. Oh, I thought he'd try and
Yeah,
just
that was a little bit
protect it from
heavy-handed.
red.
I suspect that even if he was trying to, it was just a little bit of a heavy-handed shot like a good barman does.
You've got a lot of sayings, Wade.
I just make them up as I go along, hence lots of them fall flat and fail miserably and die on the turf. But Malcolm
There's another one.
Take advantage in this game here. Yeah,
Okay.
wasn't
Well,
the
there
cleanest
we
hoop he's
go.
ever run, but it's gone through.
Yep. Yes, he'd like to be right down at the next hoop, but the hoop's a hoop, and we've seen a few come to grief by trying too hard to go through a long way. So, there's a lot of give in that hoop, isn't it?
Yes, but like all good plays, you see the follow through, so that even when it clanged against the stanchion, there was enough momentum and spin on the ball to take it through the hoop and not get itself stuck.
That's right. Well, yellow about halfway between the peg and hoop 12.
Yeah, black can definitely see yellow.
Yeah, so he'll place in front of it.
Yeah. The very top players will oftentimes position with their first ball, backing themselves to make the clearance with the second. But so all three balls sitting all around each other like ladies at a tea party. We'll see.
There's
if
a chance
Malcolm
for a
can
triple,
ping.
not a double. Hit the loft.
Yeah, he's just decided, I'm not solving Gary's problem there. I'm just going to go and position myself in front of the hoop. Gary's figuring out the angles, telling the ball what he wants it to do. He wants you to hit the blue and bounce off that way towards the hoop. And the ball's listened to him. Oh, just went a little bit too far. Oh, like a misbehaving dog.
I thought his gesture said, "Well, what on earth am I going to do now?"
No, I think he was saying, if I hit it there, it'll go off in front of the hoop. Yeah.
Yeah. You have to play a lot of games to be able to predict that. Nice blue.
And now red, I imagine, will hit black. But
Oh, I think so. He's looking at it saying, no, there's a bit of head waggling going on. He's not very happy about it, but it is worth a go, isn't it? Here he goes.
Is he going at the hoop or is he going at black? That's the question.
Oh, I don't know. I'm thinking hoop.
I think it's black.
But then I think, oh no.
Yeah,
It
it's
is
the hoop. It was a big shot, that one. So now it hands the hoop control to Malcolm now. The two balls sitting together. Malcolm with an interesting decision to make here. Does he hit those two balls and send them both careering across the court? Or does he do something else?
I think he runs the hoop.
Could be. Finish the game off when you got the chance.
Oh,
That's what he tried, but
yeah, he did.
That was a big bounce off there. So Gary calling the referee
Gary has a chance.
over for this one.
He has a chance now to promote red in and put yellow in running position.
Yeah, and or a blocking position from black. So that's what he's going to try and do. We'll see how good his croquet shots are. He's got down the mallet like a good AC player would.
And he's going to put yellow up beyond red and try and block blue. Not
I
quite.
don't think he's going over to the... Yeah, he's not going to the World Championships with that shot. So Malcolm now with the invitation to put the blue ball through the hoop.
He's
not
given
this
that a
time
hammer
either.
too. No. He ran hoop 11 with a nice smooth stroke, and it needed to go all the way down to 12. But that one and the one before, he hit quite hard. And it didn't need to go very far, just enough to give him room to go to hoop 13 if he needed to later. But he doesn't. Just needs 7.
And like we made mention before, once you cash in your chips and have a shot at the hoop, if you miss, then it's most likely the opposition then are going to have the control of the hoop. And we can see that now yellow is sitting banging straight in front of this hoop, and black has got this clearance to prevent a very, very gettable hoop run. Going for position. Oh, it almost ended up either running or in the jaws, but it didn't quite. So here comes yellow. Yellow with the ability here to take it to golden hoop. If he can run this. And to be fair, this game probably deserves the golden hoop. They've been neck and neck the whole time. So here we go.
It's about 3 yards there, Wade, isn't it? It's not a short hoop.
No, it wasn't easy, but it was in front. And Gary's disappointed. He had the opportunity for golden hoop, but couldn't quite take it. So now the hoop control, swings back the other way, back to Malcolm to try and finish the game off.
He's only going for position this time, see? Yep. Well, the other balls are fairly long way away, so he's got position and it allows red to clear, but not to run the hoop. I think it's blocked.
Just misses.
So that's it. And
Now,
I'm not sure if
now
Malcolm is hidden blue from yellow.
he's assessing his options, and he's going to look to block.
Yeah.
He's decided that he
Almost
only
hidden.
needs to move it as one circumference of the ball, so he didn't try and do too much, just moved it that little bit. And now Gary is going to have to come up with something to solve this problem. It is a head scratcher.
Yeah, definitely.
He could jump it.
He's
He
come
could
up with
try
the
and block it.
answer as he jumped.
Yeah. So he could block it. He could.
And knock black into it.
He was trying. Yeah, I think that's what he was attempting to do, and he wasn't far away. But he has maintained his yellow ball close to the hoop. So should Malcolm miss this, which is probably less likely than likely, he is there. No, he's taken at that time. So the first game of this match goes to Malcolm in a titanic struggle 7-5, and they get to start all over again. That was a spectacularly good display of tactical croquet by both players there. Because, of course, all players will have full shots from time. Yeah. All players will have
finishing with a really
full shots from time to time, but there was absolutely superb tactical play by both players there that was excellent to watch. And hopefully, if people watching at home could pick up some pointers about where they were positioning balls at particular points in hoops, because there's not too many people better than Gary Phipps and Malcolm Fletcher to learn some golf croquet tactics from.
Yes, making the decision on when to go for the hoop and when to clear. And of course, you've got to know what is your clearance distance and what is your hoop running distance as well, which of course improves all the time when you practice.
And the other thing as well that you notice with the top players that perhaps isn't immediately obvious when playing at a club level is where they position their balls in response to the opposition. So if a first person to position their ball at a hoop ends up running too far past a hoop and isn't in hoop running position, how do you respond to that? Because just sitting your ball in front of the hoop might not necessarily be the best tactical option because it just sets you up for a clearance. So those kind of things you can pick up a lot from watching these top players play, how they respond to the opposition play. So we're going to go down and have a look at Malcolm's brother Robert playing Jamie Gumbel in the other semi-final. I'm unsure of the score. Someone must be up 6-5 because they're playing hoop 12. So either Jamie or Robert will win the game on this hoop. We're unsure which one at this point here. I'm sure someone will inform us very shortly. But Jamie's looking to clear black with red here. And she's done it.
Successfully too. Yes. Well, I saw Robert fire at the hoop and bounce off with blue. So he's now being forced to clear yellow.
So we've just got word that it's 6 to Robert and 5 to Jamie. So Jamie with the yellow and red balls, and Robert with the black and blue. And he's hit it.
Beautiful clearance from Robert.
You could see Jamie in the background willing it to miss there because that yellow was right in front of the hoop ready to run it. Malcolm was having none of that.
So that's Robert. So everybody is a long way from hoop 12 now.
And Jamie puts her yellow ball back in with her lovely, smooth and graceful stroke. Really makes it look effortless. She walks around the court like she's going for a Sunday morning stroll.
Ooh, I think Robert didn't quite mean it to go there.
Yes, or if he did, he's got an idea that is beyond our comprehension. It's sometimes hard to know with the Fletchers whether it's a mistake or whether it is something that is just incomprehensible to us mere croquet mortals.
Well, I don't know about that. So I think he's looking at where could he be cleared to with blue, and really it's not worth it. I think he's saying, well, okay, I have to clear red now. Doing all the preparation.
And he did hit the yellow, not fully in the center, so it's hung around a little bit, but it is a little bit further away than it was before. But Jamie is still going to fire at this blue and look to clear it to give it red the most chance of staying there after blue has a shot at it.
And blue may well be behind the hoop when she's finished with it. But no, it's still very usable.
Yeah, there's a few bobbles on the way to the ball, but it did make contact. So even though it's eminently gettable by Robert, it is much more difficult than it was when it was a yard away.
Mm.
And even if he hits,
This
it'd be
is
less
not an
likely to be
occasion.
controlled.
It's not an occasion
gets
where
it.
he places and then it seems that he can hit with black because black's far too far away. It's an unfortunate position for
And
blue, smack against the peg.
Yes, that is a very fortuitous outcome for Jamie, because Jamie now, if she can place this red ball in front of the hoop, there's not really a shot for blue to be taking towards the hoop because, of course, the peg is in the way. Is that too close to the hoop? It's hard to tell.
I think it is too close and it's on the side, but it may be that she can get it very close in the next shot and blue can't do much about that. Robert checking all that out. And if it's just to the side of the hoop, the black ball could stay there if it hits it. So he's looking at it from all directions now to see just what will happen with red.
Yeah, well, red definitely can jaws it. So he could be thinking, well, I can either go for a position in front of the hoop for a jump or behind the hoop for a clearance. And so
or at the
he's
red.
just walking over again. Yes, they're the
Yeah.
3 options. So he's come across as well, because it looks like Robert hasn't made up his mind either. And he'll have to now, because at some point he needs to play the ball. Puffing out the cheeks.
Yeah, so it looks like it's a big shot. He's backing up for a better line on it, and it's going to be a full hit by the look of it. It's not just going for position wide from it. He's going to move it. And unfortunately, it's a miss. Jamie's either putting another ball in or popping her own ball up closer.
She might be looking to just advance it, and she's done it. What a shot. Because there's not too much blue can do about that, I don't think. Yep. Robert's already planning on the 13th hoop by the looks of it.
Is red able to run from there? Yellow's not blocking it?
No, red can run it. And blue can't do much about it. So he was looking for the path that yellow might take to 13 to try and put blue between where yellow might like to play the ball across to hoop 13. So we're heading to Golden Point, and of course, the only person so far to have beaten Robert in this competition is Jamie's brother. Ethan. Yes, Ethan. So, can the Gumballs make it a double over Robert here? First things first, though, have to get this red ball through the hoop.
Look how straight that swing is on the back swing as well.
Lovely and smooth, and through the hoop it goes.
And clear of blue for the path up to 13. Yellow's a little bit troubled by blue.
I suspect that Robert's just going up there to find out if he can see a position where the yellow ball is wide from the black ball by blue. And he's found that spot, and now he's going to try and hit the ball the whole length, well, nearly the whole length of the court, and put it on that exact spot. So we'll see how he goes.
Oh, we're on court 3, so that's a possibility on this court. I wouldn't be trying it on court 2. Oh, curling. A little bit far.
Yeah, not quite the position that he had marked it when he walked down there, but it is in front of the hoop, which is the first rule of Club 13. Is get it on the other side of the hoop.
It is deep, so Jamie can't park closer to the hoop.
So will this? It just went enough, deviated enough left just to get past that stanchion. It was threatening to clank into it, but it hasn't. And so now red's going to have a very difficult time hitting black. Not that it can hit it far, but it's a very interesting battle for hoop 13 here. I suspect
He's
if
got
black
blue-
can see
Blue
yellow,
in position
it
for
will clear it.
when he's looking to clear yellow and have blue ready to run. Jamie's looking to stop all that. Almost.
Yeah, pulled up right next door to the block, but didn't quite get it. So we'll see black with the clearance on yellow.
Could even be running the hoop. No.
I do suspect if blue is still sitting there and can see the hoop after Jamie's shot, then Malcolm will take the opportunity to shoot at the hoop with the blue ball. But Jamie still has her reply to see if she can prevent that
That's
happening.
Robert. Wait. That's Robert.
Who am I? Do I keep calling him Malcolm?
Malcolm. This is Robert.
That bloke.
Yeah,
Mr.
that one.
Mr. Fletcher.
Yep. Important shot here for Jamie. But you can't clear it far.
No, not unless she manages to snick it on the side of the ball. Here it comes.
That's a miss.
Misses. So I would imagine that Robert's going to take this chance to close out this game with blue.
You think so?
Yeah, he's making sure the hoop's nice and firm.
It's turning into an Egyptian. Egyptians always rush up and call the referee to hammer the hoop down. But it's not surprising because in Cairo they have sandy soil and very, very long carrots on the hoops with no bumps in them. And they constantly hammer them down and down and down to keep them firm. Come on, Robert.
So you feel that the whole of this first match rests on this shot, because if Robert misses this one, Red's in a perfect position to take advantage. But first mover is Robert, and he's going to shoot at this for the game. Misses. So now Jamie has the perfect opportunity to take out game one if she can put this red ball through the hoop. And that she
No
does
worries
nice
at
and
all with that
smoothly.
one.
So we've
Such
seen
a good
two really
example
close
of
games in our
blue.
two close games in our two semi-finals. And even though we've had obviously one person win the first game, that's no guarantee that they're going to progress to the final with such close games. The other two could easily swing the other way. So we're going to head back now to the other semi-final. We see the winning shot there from Jamie. And we're back to
Okay, so we're
Malcolm.
going back to Malcolm and Gary.
Yeah.
There we are.
Or as I like to call Malcolm Robert and Robert Malcolm.
We do, yeah. But this one that we're coming to now is Malcolm. Malcolm's the one with the ginger beard now. Starts to look a bit like Prince Harry, I think.
And Malcolm is 2-0 up. Given that Gary just played out of hoop 2, he must have jumped that hoop, leaving the red ball stuck in the jaws, which is a very happy outcome for Robert, because Robert bloody gee whiz for Malcolm, because now he gets to have the
Malcolm.
first shot at hoop 3. Yeah, it's not even like they're identical twins.
No. And they don't
No, we
actually
already
have
had two
to
balls
be
over at hoop.
similar game.
Yeah. We already had two balls over at hoop 3 that we didn't realise. So Robert fired at yellow with black and missed.
Who did?
So now
Who did?
Let's just play
This would be
opposites. I'll just call
Malcolm.
them all Fletcher. I'll just call them by the last name. Fletcher and Flips.
Okay, that's fine.
So now the ginger Fletcher has the chance to make the hoop where Gary failed.
Well, it's a nice long hoop. And
No, he's just
now
decided
going
to take position.
Mm-hmm.
And Red replies with a positioning shot as well that almost is perfect, not quite. No, he's going to stymie yellow's shot.
Mm. And we saw a bit of that in the first game too, didn't we?
Yeah, they played silly buggers at hoop 9 for a bit.
Fiddles.
It was a decent effort, but ultimately unsuccessful, leaving Malcolm with the chance to go 3-0 up after 3 hoops. Out of the
Gary
gate,
just said, well, all right.
Yeah.
He gave
He's come out
Malcolm
of
the hoop, but made sure that his second ball was nowhere near.
Robert slightly annoyed with himself that he didn't manage to run it down to the
Malcolm.
I'll put a
I'm not
sticky
going to
note on
correct you anymore. Anybody who's listening knows this is Malcolm. The only person who doesn't know ways is you.
And so he's a bit annoyed because he had the opportunity there to run that ball down to hoop 4 and really put the squeeze on Gary. Because being 3-0 up after 3 hoops, Gary's really got to pull something out here or the game will start to get beyond him before he gets his pants on. But, where's that red? Is that in front of the hoop or on the stanchion? Malcolm's gone down to look.
He's making a decision about whether it can run or not. And it was a pretty quick decision, so it must be clear. And the score needs adjusting there to 3-0. There we go. Thank you. Malcolm playing from corner 2 right down to hoop 4.
It's looking like he's playing for position.
A little bit short, was it? It's a long way. Wouldn't be one that's practiced a lot.
No, it's the camera was a bit like a drunken sailor there for a second. We can see what's going on now. So it looks like red is against the stanchion, perhaps. Anyway, we'll see. Is that grip a jumping grip? Are we going to see a super duper jump from a long way out? It could be a super duper jump.
Looks like it, like a dam buster.
Oh, it was up. What happened?
Yeah.
I think it missed. This game's got the grandstands full. You can see people behind in the clubhouse and in the shelters all watching this game.
Yeah. So,
No, it's back to where it started.
now, Malcolm took the obligatory jump because he felt that it was inevitable that Gary was going to run the hoop. And Gary over on the sideline practicing that shot that failed. Malcolm, you've got me doing it now. Malcolm's just going to clear that yellow and hold position with black.
No,
No.
it's not me. It's the witchcraft. So it was hard to tell whether that shot actually improved Red's position at all or whether it ended up in the exact same blade of grass that it began with.
Malcolm looks like he's going for a real target. Perhaps he's going to try and run the hoop from the back, but that could improve Red.
Nothing happened, so yeah, we'll see what Gaza does this time. Okay, he's figured that black is at a difficult angle for a jump, so he might as well just take the jaws and say to Malcolm, if you can jump that, then you deserve the hoop. And not just that, he's also given a good temptation here, because if Malcolm takes him up on the chance and fails but manages to push Red through this hoop, then he gives Gary the first shot at the next hoop.
Yes, I'm not sure. At three love up, Malcolm might give him the hoop bite and wick off in front of 5.
No, it looks like he's going to have a jumpy shot. This will be on the highlight reel if he makes this. No, off to the left.
That was close. Yeah. Went up.
So Gary could try and hit Red through with yellow while getting yellow across, or he could put it yellow behind the hoop so that when Red runs through it, he's got a position or the ability to promote Red to hoop 5 with yellow. So there are his 2 options. Looks like he's going to hit the ball through.
We talked earlier about this. We talked earlier about the success of promotions, and unless you're really struggling with your opponent's balls in good positions, it's really not worth it. But I do think that the wicking off to go across to 5 as he promotes Red through is a good idea. It was just, the angle was just a bit too sharp. Malcolm's looking like a very long way away up there.
No, it's probably because he is a bit of a far distance away. So he's got to play down past all the hoops and the centre peg and the hoop he's making.
Everything else. And
he's managed to do
almost
it perfectly. That was a great shot, that one. Inch perfect.
Nice. Red's got a routine clearance, but he opts not to take it. He's done an answering beautiful positioning shot.
Yeah, two balls that you wouldn't be able to walk up and place any better. And so black's come in. It could be close to blocking yellow from blue there. And I think blue can see, yellow can see blue.
I think so.
But can he hit
it? Was an attempted block. Probably, yes. Can he hit both of them though? Yeah, he did, and he didn't move Red, so that was good.
So we've seen some magnificent shots on this hoop. Every single shot has been executed perfectly. Some really high quality croquet at the moment.
Malcolm needs one more perfect shot now to get rid of that red ball before it can run the hoop.
And he's managed to flick it out.
Yeah, it's still very runnable though. Gary thinks so.
Yep, Gary's. Yep, he's going to accept the invitation. But
A little bit of an acceleration at the end of the swing there. Nowhere near as smooth as Jamie's, is it? Makes a difference if you touch the leg at all, if the ball's skidding along.
So Malcolm wiring himself from red so that red can't clear the black. So by doing that, Malcolm has taken control of the hoop. Gary could be trying to promote red here because if he can flick.
Yeah, moving red.
So even though he didn't. Yes, even though he didn't get the red ball in front of the hoop, he did get it out of the wire. So now it gives him the opportunity with red to get a really nice stop shot on black and stay in front of the hoop here. That's what he'll be hoping for. A little bit far away. He would have liked to have a really nice central position.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with that. He's doing the practice swing there.
Yeah, Gary knows just how important these next hoops are because he wants to stay within one or two hoops of Malcolm. He doesn't want to let Malcolm keep it 3 hoops ahead because as you go through the game and you're getting to 7, being 3 hoops ahead becomes harder and harder to reel back. So this is this hoop and the next hoop are vital for Gary. He doesn't want to lose this one and he definitely can't afford to lose the next 2.
Well, 7's not a very big number when you're 3-1 down.
No, and it's not when you get to my age either.
You sound like a young man, Wade.
Oh, thank you very much. I'll put you on my Christmas card list.
Oh, that's good. I didn't know anybody sent Christmas cards anymore. Oh dear,
So
failed clearance.
Yeah. The red ball sails all the way up the other end of the court and hands the initiative back to Malcolm. So will he look to clear this or will he look to block it?
I think it looks like a block.
He's going for the block.
Or a snuggle block. Mm.
Yeah, and
yes.
Look at that for a snuggle. They are touching, so if Gary wants to attempt a croquet shot, he probably can. But yeah, snuggling up like a pair of teenage lovers.
It looks like a croquet stroke. He's attempting a pass roll here.
Here we go.
Not a bad effort, but you certainly got it up to hoop 6.
Yes. So will Malcolm run this hoop or will he not? I mean, at 3-1, he probably, I was probably say won't look a gift horse in the mouth, but there you go. So hopefully the horse that he turned down did have bad teeth and he finds a better one.
Yeah, he didn't like yellow being up there, I think. Yeah.
Yes, I think that was the case. But at 3-1 up, he might have just been like, you know what? I'll take 4-1. So he's coming down to see if yellow can even hit blue here.
He could go halfway and block yellow on blue at the same time.
Yeah, when this stuff
Oops.
happens, I'm cheering on yellow to run through the hoop and hit the blue just for the tomfoolery of it all. So we'll see what he manages to do here. Down it comes. Oh, it was a decent effort.
It was. I
So,
think Malcolm's got what he wants.
Malcolm's game's play to not run the hoop when he had the chance, forcing yellow to come back from the next hoop, proved to be fruitful, and he now is 4-1 up with control of hoop 5. So he's in a very, very strong position here.
Mm-hmm.
So Gary's looking to wire it, which he's managed to do. So that was an excellent shot from red that Gary just played. He really needed to nail that because at this stage he needs to this next hoop, no doubt about it.
I'm surprised that Malcolm's blue went quite so far. So he just had a ping at the hoop. What happened there?
He's just whacked that straight through, hasn't even hit the sides. That went down like a hamburger at 2 a.m. in the morning. Didn't even touch the sides, straight down. Wow, that was a good shot.
There was just no hesitation. Oh, no, I'll take on this 10-yard hoop. Maybe not 10, maybe an 8.
Didn't even touch the sides. It looked even better backwards. Look at this.
Look at that. That's good.
Gary will just be shaking his head at that. When you're hot, you're hot.
Now, how's yellow? How did yellow get there?
By getting hit with the
following.
mallet.
It's okay. It must have been first ball up. We were watching a replay while they were continuing. And I was thinking it must be offside.
What a replay it was. Magnificent. It's one they'll show the kids.
Wow. Blue's to play next, but after yellow, but Gary's got a bit of a problem here. He can't hit blue very far. And black's ready to run.
Yeah. It's increasingly looking like a further and
bit
further.
Of a squeeze.
Yeah, further and further distance to come back. So he's two minds here, whether to clear the ball in front of the hoop or try and nick the blue ball away. And he's changed his mind 3 times. Make that 4.
Yeah, he's also looked.
Make that 5.
He's also looked at touching red and moving it into blue's line.
We've got 6 changes of minds. Will we have a 7th?
What are we going for? Oh, no.
7 changes of mind.
Okay.
And there it goes. So Malcolm, I imagine, is going to take this hoop on, given he's 5-1 up, hitting them like a champ. He's probably feeling the vibe, but you never know. He could dial it back and be sensible. We will find out.
Well, depends what you think of as sensible.
No, he's going at the hoop. He's like, yep.
Yeah. Nope. Okay, so
not this
still
time.
Worth it.
Seven changes of mind. That was great.
So there might be a little bit of tension there for Gary with this hoop, but no.
Excellent hoop.
Just takes it like a champion. Yep.
So he begins the long road for his fight back, 5-2. You can only make one hoop at a time. And, of course, Reg Bamford famously came back from being 6-2 down to win the World Championship in Cairo in the deciding game. So it's not over yet, but you would definitely rather be in Malcolm's position than Gary's at the moment.
There's a replay on that hoop. That was a lovely hoop. got him halfway down the court. Oh, he's looking to nudge black out. And he does, but not out far. Still, he's got a runner. And now blue will come in as well, of course, because black can deal with yellow. Oh, curling.
The right, the right wing bias on that was worse than Fox News.
Gary's not coming down to look and see what ball can see what. I think I'd be walking down there to see what's lined up there. Saying no, I don't
when
care.
you can hit that straight.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
He's playing a little bit like he's resigned to the fact that Malcolm's likely to win the game, but in doing that, he's playing with some freedom as well, because that was a lovely smooth stroke and a nice connection on the black ball.
Malcolm doing the same to the yellow ball and hanging around. The yellow's got a job now. I think blue is likely to run the hoop now. Yellow's got the job of clearing it. Or he might decide from that distance to block it.
That's what he's decided to do, to try and come in between blue and the hoop.
And he does it.
And he's managed to do
Looks
that.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's adjusted blue's position and got position in front.
Malcolm, though, will just stop this off to the boundary and hang in front of the hoop.
He might even manage to wire it from blue or from red. I think he looked at the angle. Red trying to block.
Black joining the party.
Yellow's going to disturb things. Yep.
Yeah, nice solid
Lovely
clearance.
shot.
So Robert's brother Malcolm playing, look, probably to play the ball back in.
Well done.
So Gary with a good chance here to get a nice stop shot.
Yes, and he's got yellow still sitting there able to clear blue, and he's lining that up, getting ready. Malcolm might change his mind in a minute. Oh, Malcolm changes which ball's a danger ball.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Gary's changed from going to hit blue to now looking like he's aiming at black and or the hoop. It was a hoop shot.
It was the hoop.
Just hit the left-hand stanchion. Yeah, he had a bit of a double there. So if he missed the hoop to the right-hand side, he was going to hit black. But unfortunately for him, he missed it to the left-hand side.
So Malcolm's going to hit black hard onto red.
Ricochet shot. Yeah.
That's a useful one to have in your tool bag. So Gary clears one of them. Malcolm's still 5-2 up, and this hoop looks like a possibility. He's looking to find position for blue so that black remains there, isn't it? He's looking at the line from Gary's ball.
We'll see.
Yeah, he's trying to sneak it in.
Yeah. Malcolm keeping his intensity up because he'd know as well as anyone that if he let Gary get another hoop here and he gets his tail up, he could find himself at 4-5 and 5-all very quickly. So while he's got the advantage, he wants to press it home.
He's constantly forcing Gary to clear and clear from a distance.
So Malcolm being safe here and dispatching the yellow ball just in case black gets hit.
And at the same time moving himself closer to the next hoop as well. And Gary further away, a lot further away. So if red hits this, it's all start again. But if he misses, Malcolm's in a very good position. And it's a beautiful shot from Gary. Yeah.
It's a pressure shot and he's nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
And also he's put himself in a position where if Malcolm goes back, red is still a clearing ball for next time.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say he's got control of the hoop. He's definitely got the ability to regain control of it now because, like you said, that red ball is very much in the area to clear that black ball. If yellow will stop, which stop. Excellent.
So blue will need to clear yellow because of no red is going to clear black.
Yes, it certainly looks like blue's eyeing off yellow. And he hits it, bit of a bobble, but hits it nonetheless.
Mm-hmm. Very solid clearances from quite a big distance, aren't they? There's no tiddlywinks going on here.
Yeah, it's exceptionally high quality croquet. And Gary fighting like the champion he is, because anyone else at 5-1 down might have just packed up their bags and gone home. But Gary hasn't. He's still in there looking to get this hoop and see what he can pull out of the fire.
As the tournament goes on, all of them play themselves in, don't they? There's a little bit of fatigue, but a great deal of match practice that gets them hardened by the time they get to the semifinals. Oh, what a lovely hoop. I was quite angry.
Malcolm again showing that angled hoops, he can bully them through. So he's got that one through, and I'm sure he'll be relieved there because at 6-2, that's makes it exceptionally difficult for Gary. Whereas if Gary had made that one, he would have been on his tail up and ready to go. So
that was a good replay to see how the ball climbed and swiveled.
We see that Gary's gone and dropped that yellow ball directly in front.
It's another forcing a clearance. And it happens.
What a shot.
That's amazing. That's it. Yep. So that's about 16 yards probably.
And Malcolm going deep so that he's not a particularly attractive proposition to be cleared by the red ball.
And as we've seen before, black is even in hoop running position from way back there. So Gary will be keen to get this hoop early, not give Malcolm another chance at it. Malcolm's just going to shift that yellow ball. Well, he's tried to.
Just missed. His black ball is still there, though. So red's to play, and red perhaps will try and put a block in, but the black ball's still there to clear the yellow ball. So it's not a lay down misere yet for this yellow to have a shot at the hoop. Looking for. It's going to be close.
Going in on the angle
perhaps
for a long.
Yeah.
A long angle
perhaps
shot.
It just missed.
Just drifted off, do you think?
Oh, he's done it.
Was that
what
a
a shot.
hoop? Was it a
I'm pretty
hoop?
sure it was. I'm pretty sure. Yep. I think it was one of those where he had a double.
Okay, 7-2. So at the end of this game's just finished, Wade, and I understand that Kevin Beard and Ethan Gumbrell are coming up to take over the commentary. Don't think they're here yet. So
no, they're 10 minutes away. There's quite a few steps on the way to the commentary position. So I think we're going to go up and watch the other game while we're waiting for Kevin and Ethan to come in. So Robert and Jamie's game we'll have a look at.
Jamie.
Yeah, hopefully someone
now,
can
this
update
is
us with the
Robert,
score
okay.
as we fling the cameras around.
It's Robert we're going to watch. Okay, that was Malcolm. We're off to see Robert.
Am I getting him wrong again?
No, not yet.
Oh, okay, excellent. Just reminding me.
I'm on you.
So Jamie won the first game against Robert 7-6. So Robert up here now fighting for his life in this game. He can't afford to lose this one, of course, or Jamie will progress to the final. So we've already got Malcolm in the final, and this is the other semi-final, and it looks like they're playing hoop 2. No, it could be hoop 7. So hopefully someone can update us with a score.
I can see a black clip on that hoop, so Robert must have won that one when it was hoop 2. Jamie's very solid on those clearances. She just stepped up and shifted the ball she wanted shifted, but Robert's balls are not that far away on that sideline.
And so we've just got news from the peanut gallery, and it's just come up on the screen that Robert is leading 4-2 at the moment in the second game, with Jamie having won the first.
So Robert clearing yellow in this shot.
Oh, perfect
beautiful shot. Yellow off the angle. Yep. Very carefully measured, that one. And that's a good one for people to watch who, ones who are learning to play and watching this. Clearance by cutting the ball so the opponent travels across court and your own ball goes to the boundary and stays behind the hoop. There's a replay
Yeah,
of
it's
this
worthy
one.
of a replay. Yeah, and worthy of a replay.
Absolutely. That's a lovely shot. So Robert has now got control of this hoop. And yellow fires back but misses blue.
Not just, this is as well a big shot, because not only can Robert make this 5-2 with this hoop, he can get it, if he can get it down to the next hoop, he can control that one, looking to make it 6-2 and really close out this game and not let Jamie get a sniff.
He's taking care with lining it up because it is slightly angly. If you're hitting it hard, he's got to bully it all the way down. Beautiful.
Lovely stroke.
It's 5-2 to Robert. And he's well down the court.
So down comes red.
The replay on that lovely stroke. Slightly hoop. Blue all the way down the court.
Red looking like it's just at a little bit too of a cute angle to make that hoop. So I dare say Robert will put his ball off to the right of the hoop, so that should he get cleared, it's only off to the near boundary. He could even have been aiming to wire it through the hoop, but either way, if Jamie does clear that black, it's only going to be a 7-yard clearance back in. So that's something for players to recognise. So red came down and wasn't in a hoop running position, and so black made the decision to, when it approached the hoop, not just to sit in front and be cleared, but to come off to the right, so that if red does clear it, it only goes to the near boundary, giving a 7-yard clearance back into the yellow. So in comes the blue. Jamie looking like she's sizing up the blue here and not the black, playing the out of turn ball, or clearing the out of turn ball. Robert with the nice stop shot, sending yellow all the way down to the area of hoop 3, while still maintaining black in a hoop running, at least for him, maybe not for the rest of us, but in a hoop running position for hoop 8. And back in comes Jamie. And now Robert's left with that clearance that we talked about at the start from the boundary.
So blue clears yellow, and then black runs the hoop. But blue's not clearing yellow. Blue's attempting a block on yellow.
I think Robert had already seen Jamie clear a ball out of turn. So I think perhaps he might have been tempting Jamie to clear the blue there, leaving black a chance to shoot at the hoop. But Jamie wasn't falling for it that time. Didn't take the false or the tempting shot that Robert put in there. Because, of course, yellow's there to clear blue, although Robert could be shooting this black at the yellow to prevent that from happening.
I think he is.
Mm.
No.
Yeah, it looks like he's just going to take the block or the stymie. Almost did. Not quite.
Do you think Jamie's
The
just going to
ball's this
clear
close.
blue, or she jump?
Yes. No, she's going to clear blue. But it can be off-putting having another ball so close.
Oh, dear.
It was a little bit off-putting. So Robert thinks he can make this hoop. And he can, and makes it 6-2.
6-2.
So Jamie made Robert angry by winning that first game, and he's come out all guns blazing this second one.
He's changed his tactics. A lot more placing shots, forcing Jamie to do things that perhaps she didn't want to do. A lot of those. There weren't the big clearances. There were some sneaky shots.
So in excellent news, we have Kevin and Ethan here. So Ethan will get to commentate on his sister's game. So I suspect there'll be no bias at all there. So we welcome Kevin and Ethan, and I bid you adieu for the day, and I'll talk to you tomorrow for the final day of competition. So enjoy the rest of this match between Robert and Jamie, and hello, Kevin and Ethan.
And it's goodbye from me, and it's goodbye from him.
Hello, this is Kevin Beard speaking now, and I have Ethan Gumbrell with me.
Hello.
So we're coming across to Hoop 9, and Jamie has a decision to make what to do with the yellow ball.
I think she's going for the clearance here.
And the ball just slides past. I can't really tell what Robert's going to do. It looks a little bit like he's just going to set up at the back.
Now it looks like Jamie's got a croquet shot to do with red. Jamie does not play much AC, so we'll see what she does.
And just puts the ball in a difficult position for Robert to score the hoop or do very much with. So the balls are not touching this time. Still not certain whether they were touching last time.
No. But it's a question whether blue can see the hoop from where it is. If the two balls are in the way.
And looks like Robert has deemed black. In other words, he's elected to leave it there without taking a shot, but it's actually classed as him having taken his shot with black. So yellow gets to play.
Keeping herself close will be useful. That's just what she does.
Beautiful shot. So Robert looks like he's leaving the two balls that are together and clearing the yellow.
We might have a 2-ball game here.
So what's the situation now, Ethan?
Now that's it's a tough one for Jamie because she won't have a clear path to roquet blue with yellow. But if she roquets it with red, then black's got a free shot on the hoop. Looks like Jamie has deemed red. And seems Robert's going to do the same. Already has.
Yeah.
Here's a good practice shot. Hit red or hit the edge of blue. Oh, what a shot.
Well done.
Not an easy shot where you can only see half the ball. Got to be certain not to knock red out of the way.
So it looks as though Robert is going to try and get blue in running position, sort of beside black and red. And I think he was aiming to have it so that yellow couldn't see it. But it's a little bit short. He's got it in running position. So Jamie now does have a bit of a decision again about what to do.
I think she's deemed here. Black might just try and do the block. And a deeming battle again. Now, do you think she'll try and centre ball or cut it and hope for in off?
I don't know.
Wow.
And will we be able to tell after the shot has been played anyway?
Yeah. Oh,
It was half and half, wasn't it?
yeah.
Now, it's an interesting thing. The yellow ball has gone on the non-playing side of the hoop, so there's probably a wide position that Robert can get to that red can't touch. And looks like he was attempting to get it, but
Rolled too far.
he hasn't achieved it, no.
Mm.
So you can see there quite clearly that yellow can clear blue.
And Jamie just deemed red.
Looks like he's deemed.
Yes.
So Robert's deemed again. So it's yellow to play.
Oh. Jamie's missed the under 7-yard clearance, leaving Robert with a quite open hoop. For Robert, you would imagine he'll smash this down to the other end too.
And so Robert now scores the 7th hoop to win game 2. And so the scores are 1 game each, and 1 game to decide the fate of this match.
To decide the person who goes through to the grand final. Now, because Jamie lost that second game, she will be starting off the third game with either of her balls. But first, they'll probably have a little break.
Yeah, so the winner will go through to play Malcolm Fletcher in the final.
Yes.
Malcolm just having won his semi-final 2-0 against Gary Phipps.
Yes, and he finished it very well indeed. A close to boundary hoop on hoop 9 to win the match with power too.
We've just moved across to court 1. We have Barry Jennings playing the brown ball now against Kevin McGlynn. This is and this is hoop 6. So Barry is leading 4 hoops to 1 in the 3rd game of their match. It's in an event called the Z, which means they were losing quarterfinalists, and effectively they're playing off for between 5th and 8th place. So they'll both be vying to get 5th place. So Barry's done a nice clearance of white using the brown, the white being the next ball to play. So with the secondary colours, it's white and pink versus green and brown. And Kevin has
missed the Croquet.
Yep. This gives Barry an opportunity to recover slightly from his three hoop deficit, and he does so, running right through to the border. And the score is now.
I think
oh,
you've
sorry,
gotten
it's
it
the other way
wrong
around.
Yes, Barry extends his lead to 5-1. Yes.
So Kevin had put a nice ball in. He's pink to be pretty much right in front of hoop 7.
And his white ball was moved to the penalty corner on the east boundary.
Ooh. I still believe both of those of Kevin's balls are in running position.
Yes.
And
not anymore.
So Barry clears the next ball to play. So Kevin will be playing it from the border.
It looks Kevin will just put a second ball in. Put the pressure on Barry to do something here.
So it's quite an angled hoop for Barry.
And he comes out to the side.
Yep.
Now it looks white can't see the hoop. Kevin looks like he's going to jump his own ball to win this hoop. Oh.
It looks as though after he failed the jump shot, the white ball may be sitting on the leg of the hoop. And
a good clearance on pink.
Yeah. Nice shot by Barry.
Just putting a nice close ball in, giving a statement to Barry. Clear this instead of white.
You could only clear it to the border, so pink is still quite a valuable ball for Kevin.
But white has still not gotten to a runnable position.
Maybe it was a runnable position after all. We didn't really get a good look at it a moment ago.
But now it's crucial for Kevin to hit the brown ball. It's next to play and in front of the hoop. Oh, and he misses. So now Barry has a chance to put himself 5 hoops ahead. So now it looks Barry's just going to try and put himself in the jaws, but doesn't.
This does look like an opening for Kevin if he can capitalise on the brown ball not being right in front of the hoop. He was able to clear the brown, but not go in off or through the hoop.
No. I think the pink ball would have been better to have gone in off. And that's a good shot by Barry, putting himself in front. And clearing white.
And Kevin goes for the hoop, but doesn't succeed. So Barry's now got 2 balls in close, right in front of the hoop, with Kevin about 7 yards roughly away. The way Kevin's playing that, the green ball is not in a position to run the hoop. So there'll be a little bit of toing and froing yet.
But it is in a good jawsing position, it appears. He's got to send brown to the corner here. That's the best way. Yep, to maximise the distance that Barry's got to clear white.
And so Barry has been able to clear it, so it's about a 7 or 8 yard shot at green. So white is to play. He's determining whether green can run the hoop or not. That'll determine the shot that he plays. It looks like he's just going to come in close, so he's made the decision that he doesn't think green can run the hoop. And both players have called a referee because there is a chance of Barry making a fault or breaking one of the croquet rules on this shot. So before he plays the shot, the referee is going to mark the balls with a little telescopic device.
Magic wand.
And she's doing that so that if he does do a fault, the opponent gets the choice of leaving it in the position it ends up or being put back. And if you need the ball marked in order to be able to put them back in the exact position they were before the shot was played.
That looks like it's been a clean hoop. That puts Barry up 6-1. Looks like he's about to play the wrong ball potentially.
And while we're doing the replay, one of the three of them just remembered that he was supposed to be playing pink.
Yes.
And so he's moved back to play pink. By three of them, I mean the referee is able to tell them they're about to play a wrong ball, as well as them telling each other. Looks like a really nice shot from that distance. I speak too soon. May have gone too far.
Kevin thought his only option was to run the hoop with white to get down, but didn't quite get it through as far as he would have liked. Now Kevin does have a free shot on the hoop, but it's quite a wide angle. We'll see if he takes this on. He does, and it looks like he's run that.
That's a very good shot.
Yes.
Barry is quite a fast player, but I think he's actually getting faster. The closer he gets to getting his seventh hoop to win the game and the match. So Barry comes across with his second ball. And he now has two balls in running position. They're still 4 or so yards from the hoop, so there's still a bit of work to make to get to run the hoops from there.
Kevin looks like he's liking Barry's chances of not running that hoop. Just putting in a ball, but goes too far. So now Barry has a shot to win the match. Gets onto the far leg. having a jump. It seemed, but
It looks like he hit the top of the white ball.
white ball and went flying himself.
Yep. It was a good previous shot from Kevin blocking the hoop and forcing Barry into the jumping position rather than running the hoop clearly. And
It seems Kevin thinks he can run it with white. So he put the block in and got it.
so Kevin's still on at quite an angle. And it'll be interesting to see.
He's going to try and jump this through the hoop. And he does so successfully. Kevin's crawling back into this game.
The score is now 6-3 in Barry's favour.
Barry's got an onside ball with a nice close lag to hoop 10. He misses the long croquet. It seems we've got the score the wrong way around. Kevin seems to be up 6-3. Yeah, so a lot of what we've said has been the wrong way around. So Kevin's got the first ball to hoop 11 and sits it just wide. An innocent ball to Brown.
So Barry's put it in nicely.
But Kevin will just stop shot it away and hope that Brown will miss.
Yep. So Barry has to hit something here.
Oh, it goes between everything. So Kevin sends Barry to the boundary. Gives Barry a far roquet to make. That could potentially cost him the match. Just misses. So now Kevin would like to take his time with this shot. Make sure he's fully focused and calm.
So this is a shot to win the match.
If we've still got our scores right. And that's it.
Nicely done. Yep.
Kevin McGlynn advances. So now, might go back around to the Robert Fletcher Jamie Gumbrell game, where Robert is leading 2 hoops to 1. So Robert's got a shot on hoop 4, and he scores it. So Robert's now up 3-1.
Yep. Well, I'll leave you now. Martin Clark is coming in to join Ethan.
So welcome Marty to the commentary of the semi-final between Jamie Gumbrell and Robert Fletcher.
It's all right. It's a pleasure to be with you, Ethan.
Thank you.
It's very good. How are you enjoying doing the commentary?
Yes, I am enjoying it.
Very good.
Although, I think I'm now going to have my place taken.
Yep, your turn to move on. Damien Hadfield's coming in. One of the local Victorian bandits. Okay, so we've got a nice ball in from yellow. And Roberts 3-1 up in the deciding game. Every shot's a pressure shot. And he's hit red. But red has stayed fairly close to black, and yellow looks to be a runner. So I imagine red will be clearing the black ball. So while we're watching Jamie line this shot up, how's your competition been, Damien?
Well, pretty happy to make the final 16. Pretty unhappy to lose index points for the tournament.
So
but that's how it is.
You don't play for points.
True, and I can see Malcolm Fletcher there checking out the opposition.
Yep.
Because he'll play the winner of this game in the final.
Yep. So you in your knockout round of 16 game you played Robert.
I did.
And you chose to play Robert.
I did. I had a choice between Robert and Jamie.
Oh, well, there you go.
They were my only two choices.
Yep. How was the experience?
I haven't watched it back on the clips, but I definitely will be doing that. It'll be something to savour, I think.
Yep. Okay, so nice move.
Oh, Jamie's just missed that.
Yep, got a bit of the left leg and a lot of spin, and the yellow's sat now on the right leg.
That is
Looks
not
like
where you want to be.
A handy little in-off for black, if it's still there. The red is fairly close and will be impacting the play. So it's just a matter of whether blue is going to take out the red from distance or just come in and join the party.
Look, if Robert was playing me, he'd get this.
Everybody says that. Everybody plays better when they play you. Not you personally, but you as the generic you. He's chosen to come in.
Now we're just seeing a shot there. Curtis Mead, he's the under-21 champion from Tasmania.
Yep.
Come to the Open for the first time. He's actually having a 3-hoop playoff.
Yes.
At the moment.
His second 3-hoop playoff.
Yes.
To get into the plate finals. Okay, so Jamie's taking care of the black with red. So the in-off's gone, but the chance to control the hoop is still there as yellow's on the leg. And black's gone a bit long.
He likes being on that side, on the skinny side. I'm sure he has a reason.
Yep. Well, yellow has to do something. It can't just stay there because
yellow
blue
can't take black.
Yep. Does it have a swing at black though? I wouldn't think so.
No.
No, which is part of the reason why black went where it did.
Yeah.
So that allows blue to either take out yellow or probably more likely just come in and give a little nice tight spot in front of the hoop. It's rippled around a little bit, but that'll do.
It has. Can't quite see the red in shot. There it is.
Yeah. So red's either taking out the runner blue now.
Which is what it looks like.
Yep.
Oh, nearly an in-off there.
Yes, nearly. All right. So, reset and we're going again. So, black's having a bit of a look. Checking the hoop. See whether this is worth taking it on or whether to do something else.
I think Jamie's put that yellow there to try and attract his attention.
Yep. One thing we know about Robert is he's going to consider all of the options at least once. So we're starting to build up a few spectators as we get into the pointy end of the competition. Because most of the spectators are players, possibly no longer in the running for any of the other places. He hasn't convinced himself that that's the best plan. He still thinks he might be able to get in there.
So once those playoffs have happened that Curtis is involved in, the plate knockout will get underway today. But at the moment there's a bit of a lull, so everybody's able to watch this game.
There's a few of the consolation games still going, and I think there's I don't know what we're down to, a Y or a Z or something going on between Peter Freer and David Scott. So still sporadic matches to come on. No, Robert said a couple more looks and decided that black on yellow is better. Yep, taking the pace off.
Yep, only hit it as hard as he needed to.
Yep. And yellow coming back in. Possibly a little close to black, but
yep. Robert's made his mind up quickly this time.
Yeah, nicely positioned.
Yeah.
So the courts have been interesting. The famous Ken Lee wind has managed to stay away for pretty much the whole event, which has been good. And no rain during the singles.
They definitely have character, these courts. I'm very interested in looking at the replay of my match against Robert. I still don't understand how my ball did a right angle turn.
Well, You're a Victorian. You can do all sorts of funky things.
Yeah, hook turn.
Yeah, hook turns, yes.
Okay, so now Robert's lining up. He's going to take that yellow.
Yep. Yep.
Nice.
Fairly predictable.
Yep, and he's back in his favourite spot.
Yep. Yeah, the screen always looks a little different to what's happening in real life. Sometimes the angles are a bit hard to pick.
Yes, I've been trying to get my bearings here.
Yeah, one of the things that I find easier to help you orientate yourself is just have a look at the shadow on the hoop line, and that kind of gives you an idea of the angle.
Okay, so Jamie's played deep.
Yep.
I had the pleasure of playing in the doubles with Jamie and Ethan's mother. I know she's got some good genes there, Jamie.
Yes. Yes, Karen Bisley.
Hi, Karen, if you're watching the replay.
I got to play doubles with Karen when I was in England in 2019 when we went along to the friendly Ashes that Peter Coles was organising at Ailsea. Oops, and that's a miss.
That's a rare miss for Jamie.
Yeah. Oh. It's always hard to concentrate when you've got Pikachu looking in the window at you.
Yeah.
So Ethan Gumbrel, alias Pikachu, did a stint on the commentary. So has been raring to get in here and quite enjoyed himself.
Okay. Looks like he's giving himself 2 runners here.
Yeah,
And
two
the block.
second runner and
the
also
block.
pulling off a block. Yep.
And he's done it.
Yep. Forced Jamie to think about a long distance hoop jump.
But if anybody can do this, it's Jamie.
Not too many other options. Unless you go for a spectacular double clearance
And
that
if she
somehow
gets it,
gets
if
in
she
there.
gets it, he'll be wired with both balls for the next hoop. Oh,
An attempted jump that's gone right and stayed right.
that's 2 in a row that Jamie's missed. It's most unlike Jamie.
There's a fair bit of pressure in a big
Yeah.
match like this, and that can't be understated.
I had the pleasure of watching Jamie and Robert in this same game on this same court last year.
Oh yes.
And Jamie was as cool as I've ever seen a player.
Mm. Yes, Jamie was very keen to tell me earlier today that Robert had never beaten her in a best of 3.
Oh.
I'm sure
He's
Robert's
calling
well
the
aware of
referee.
that stat as well.
Robert's calling the referee. He must be worried about that black.
Yeah, just a bit of a hamper in the backswing.
Now, was able to watch Malcolm Fletcher in his semi-final, who of course will play the winner of this game, and Malcolm was in amazing form. So I would actually think he's the form player at this point.
Yeah, Malcolm's had both the boys had very quick wins in the quarterfinals this morning. Malcolm got off in 26 and 43 minutes, and Robert was off before that.
I don't feel so bad now.
Oh, very nice. Managed to avoid the black with the backswing and
I
run
wonder
the hoop.
how far up he's got to the next hoop.
Yeah, we'll see that shortly.
Oh, he's right next to the centre peg.
Yeah, one of the things we can do from our commentary position is we can stretch our necks or stand up, and we can actually see the court as well as the replays and the like on the screen.
Look at that.
Not that we've actually seen it on the screen as yet, as to where blue actually is, but
Next to
there
the-
it is.
there
Oh,
it is.
It is right next to the peg.
In fact, it may even be behind it.
Yeah, the shadow kind of indicates that. There it's whether Robert was having a look at blue on red or black on red there, but
Robert's actually shown some expression in his face.
Yeah.
Maybe a promotion of blue here.
Okay, so black's come down quite nicely.
Yes.
It looks good enough. It looks a bit wide
It
there
is
in that
wide.
shot, but
It is
that's good
wide.
enough. Yellow was offside. It's being sent away. Score is 4-1. So while yellow walks over and has a bit of a look about how we're going to play this shot, we should thank the sponsors, Parbury Consultancy, Victorian Croquet Association and the ACA for helping My Sport Live bring the coverage.
She's hampering black there.
Yep, so there's a lot of hampering going on here.
Yes.
Yep, yellow's definitely in the backswing of black.
This looks like a very important shot here.
May not have a lot of red.
No.
Sneaking past the peg. Well, the slope on this lawn might actually help this shot if you can get the pace right.
He's got it.
Oh, yep, got it, but got a bit of bounce as well. So
the immediate threat is gone.
Yep, indeed. Although it will be coming back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the courts do bounce around a little bit. Probably not so much on this court. Now, Peter Freer gave me quite a dissertation about moss and moss removal and the like. So it's probably left a few little indentations, as well as funky things like old hoop holes and sprinkler holes.
Yes, and I'd say Robert would play here a bit more than Jamie, so probably knows the run of the greens a bit better.
Yeah, well, yes.
Robert's assessing his options here.
Yeah, it looks like red might be exposed enough to be under the gun, but yellow could be in the way of a poorly swung mallet. No, dealt with easily.
Clean as usual. Red's to the boundary.
So a big shout out to Peter Landry if you're listening, because I know you like me to say that the shot was trivial, but he coped anyway.
This looks like it's past 45 degrees.
Yeah, we've seen some pretty good hoop running today, so this is not beyond the realms of possibility.
Done it.
There you go.
Jamie needed that.
Yep. Need to get a bit of momentum up.
So now the score is 4-2.
Yep, nice little replay there. It's amazing how many balls are off the ground when they go through the hoops too. Right, so Rob's walking a bit more purposefully out here now.
Yep. So he gets to play up to the next hoop first, and he's in a very good position.
Yep. A couple of Queensland ladies sitting in a shed behind her. It looks like Megan might be reading the rule book. That's interesting.
And Pop Peterson.
Yeah. Maybe she's having trouble sleeping, so she needs to read the rule book. So it looks like a good blue and matched by a good red. We'll see if black and yellow can have some impact on that.
Ooh.
Well,
it's gone deep.
Yeah, probably not unhappy with where the black's finished, but maybe was trying to tickle the red.
Again, he's in his favourite spot.
Yes.
Dominating the boundary, dominating the corner. Jamie's missed.
Yeah, it's been a recent trend in the game to Jamie missing a few more of those shots. And it could be pressure, could be fatigue.
Okay.
And fatigue could be mental or physical.
Robert would take red here, but it looks like he's going for the hoop.
No, he's obviously... It's on that little angle that he likes. Close enough. Power it down to the next one.
And Jamie may have a hampered shot if this hoop is run. Which it is.
Yep.
And Robert's gone to the far boundary, but in a good position.
Yeah,
to take
doesn't
control.
worry the good players to go to the boundaries. And again, the blue was in the air as it came through the hoop, and the hoop flexed quite a bit.
Jamie's playing up to the next hoop, and very good placement there. Blue can see it though.
Yeah, it's cute that you said Jamie was playing up. I can't imagine Jamie would play up as much as what Ethan does.
Oh no.
There's a delay on the commentary, and Ethan's only just got what I just said.
So black's played up behind red, probably hampering a hoop shot.
Yep, yellow's come in. Oh, it's a very nice shot of the proportions.
Some wing defence there.
So blue down on the boundary. It's at 7 yards plus another yard plus the angle. So we've got about a 9.5 yard shot at red. Or
I think if red goes, then Robert will be very well placed here.
Mm-hmm. Jamie doesn't look too phased up there in the distance. The classic croquet player stance.
Yep.
Nice shot.
Bounced again.
Very handy that the blue appeared to bounce up in the air over the top of black. So another pressure shot for Jamie, and the game is starting to slip away.
Yes, but how many of these has Jamie run?
Earlier today, Jamie's hitting was very nice. It's always smooth, but just in the last 3 hoops or so, we've seen a few misses happening. It's getting Malcolm excited there in his chair.
Missed.
And that's a comfortable miss.
Okay.
So, is black going to have a quick look at yellow? No, didn't even bother.
No. We don't count our chickens, but we could be looking at a Fletcher v Fletcher final.
Yeah, well, that'd be rare, wouldn't it?
For anyone watching this who's not familiar with croquet, it is not rare for a Fletcher final.
Yeah, quite common in Australia. Of course, there are other brothers. Greg living over in Germany at the moment and probably not playing much. And young Wesley, I don't know if Wesley dabbles anymore.
There we go, that's 6-2.
Yep.
Also worth noting there are other Gumbrel siblings.
Yes, there are.
One of whom is getting quite popular following on social media, making video clips about bushcraft.
Okay. Pretty
so
handy
much
to
into
know if you
croquet.
live up country and you're a bush ranger like you are. So, hopefully we've got lots of viewers, maybe some overseas. So, whereabouts in Victoria do you actually come from?
So my club is Kyneton. It is the oldest croquet club in Australia. which means I have the honour of being the youngest member of the oldest club in Australia.
Right.
Not that much younger than Wimbledon, Croquet and Tennis Club.
Okay. Oh, and the blue clatters into the back of the hoop and deflects away. And so your club is considered to be a country club?
It is, very much so. And fun fact, as the youngest member of the oldest croquet club in Australia, I am also the admin officer for our Facebook page.
Okay.
And our top 5 cities for which our followers live are, unsurprisingly, Kyneton, Bendigo, Melbourne, Woodend, and number 5 is Cairo in Egypt. So
very good.
The people in Egypt probably do know where Kyneton is.
Okay. So if we have any American viewers, stroke listeners, they would probably say that you're in upstate Victoria.
Oh, a rare miss by Robert.
Yes.
Didn't do many of those against me, I can tell you.
And so is this the start of Jamie's comeback?
Now, I was off playing, and so I missed the first game here, but I understand there was some big momentum shifts in that one.
I was actually very busy doing a carrying analysis of the other game that was on, so I can't right at the moment back that up or not.
Oh,
so
Jamie.
Yellow has failed, but actually stayed in a nice position.
She has.
Possibly blocking red. To be honest, it's not the end of the world when you're in a position where you have to win 5 out of the 5 remaining hoops. You need to do.
I guess a good hoop run there may have got her down towards the next
Well,
hoop
yes,
as
but you've got to win all the hoops. You've got to get down to the next hoop. So, in some respects, you want to get closer and get Robert to actually miss something, and you've got a slightly more controllable position.
I must say, you do get a spring in your step when your opponent misses something.
Considering this one in the usual Robert Fletcher fashion. And coming in, which would tend to suggest that yellow is blocking red, but I don't think blue got there. No, didn't really get all that close.
So it's red to play. Does she do a jump?
Well, in a position like this where you're so far behind, there's probably some merit in clattering off the left-hand edge of blue down to the next hoop. And
well, yes, I'm actually wondering if Robert has played that blue intentionally. Again, dangle a carrot.
Yeah. You're not going to win from 5 hoops down unless you have a bit of luck and a plan to score more than 1 hoop at a time. So,
now it's black.
Perhaps red could have done a lot more there, but anyway.
Yep. Black trying to take out yellow.
Oh, excuse me. So black has missed. Well, it does happen.
Yes, it does.
And you have to put them away when they do miss.
Yep.
So we do want yellow through, and not just through. We need this through all the way to the next hoop.
Oh, no.
Well, that's unfortunate. It's always good to get a hoop, but it would be nice if you can get down to the next one, get some control, because you do have to win them all.
So blue playing up to the next hoop. It's a very nice approach.
Yep.
So now red either plays up or does a dangerous promotion of yellow.
You've got to play up here, and yellow has to hit blue, and you have to keep doing that and keep doing that, and you have to have that tiny bit of luck. Or
Ooh. So it looks like another pressure shot coming up for Jamie after Robert plays the black.
so it's a nice pace.
Mm-hmm.
Never really know what things are going to do around the hoops here, but that's pretty good. And
Yep.
oh, has he pulled off the mystery block?
Ooh.
By the sound of the people out here on the veranda, he has.
So now Jamie's got a choice of going for a long hoop or something with a ricochet, black onto blue.
Yeah, much as the ball is a bigger target than trying to hit the middle of the hoop, the chances of taking out both balls is over this distance is pretty small. So maybe shooting the hoop is the better option. And that's what's happened, and through.
He's done it, and the crowd are showing their appreciation there. That was a clinch shot.
So although Robert blocked the shot at blue, he would be well aware that desperate people do desperate things, and it might have been handy if he could have found a way to block the shot at the hoop.
Look at that.
Didn't spend a lot of time on the ground, did it?
And yellow's also now on the boundary, but got a good approach when it's Jamie's turn.
Yep.
To hoop 11.
It looks like a good blue in. Again, we can't see it in shot.
It is.
Yeah, it's very good. And red
Red's
looks to
a bit
be
short.
a little short, but probably good enough.
Potentially. Probably wanting to stay well away from that blue ball when the yellow comes through.
So black will be coming in, second runner, and maybe trying to pull about a block on yellow at blue. No, it's
He's gone
long.
deep.
Out to his favourite position, as Damien keeps saying. Well, Curtis must have won his playoff because he's out there playing in the background.
Oh. Another pressure shot for yellow. Got it.
Got the blue just enough to get it past the hoop. Yellow, of course, has vanished. Black's probably a runner.
Perilously
Blue,
close to
red.
putting blue through there.
Yeah, well, again, you've got to win all the hoops, so it doesn't really matter. You've got to take the risks. So by Robert's standard, this is a fairly straightforward clearance.
And that will give him two potential runners. Oh, he's missed.
And he's missed. So there's a little bit of added pressure.
There is.
Affecting probably Robert more than Jamie right at the moment.
Why didn't you do that yesterday, Robert? About this time.
Yeah, a lot.
Obviously, your opponent wasn't putting enough pressure on. Okay, for the hoop.
Okay.
No, but it's maybe blocking black.
Yep. So it's still a threat and needs to be dealt with, but it doesn't have to be smashed into the distance. This can just be moved.
Yes.
Just a little bit, and black stays in the picture.
And yellow is out near the penalty area.
Yeah, and blue's on the boundary behind, so about 10.5 yards from this hoop, but probably on balance.
Yes.
Oh, blue and black were in more control than red and yellow, but that's
might have changed
again,
things.
Got a lot of edge.
Yes, so shifted the momentum potentially again.
Yeah.
On this.
So there is a little bit of pressure mounting.
There is. There is.
So yellow on the boundary near the penalty point. So close to the penalty point that the white peg has to be removed to get a swing. The weight looks
Past. It's gone
good, but
past
it's a
the
tiny
hoop.
bit long. Yeah. It's
Okay.
Now, red's still hanging around that area too, though. So
Yes.
probably red and yellow have now got a slight advantage here.
I think so. And so anything that Robert puts anywhere near the hoop will be dealt with by one of those two balls. Does he go for the hoop? Does he go for the glory win?
Well, if he'd had a bit more of a lead, definitely. But I don't know. At this stage, I think one thing we know about Robert is it'll be well considered.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah.
So black is past hoop 12 near the boundary.
Yep. I'm pretty sure that he won't be putting at the hoop. He'll be either going hard or he'll be hanging back in a position.
Mm-hmm. Not quite as hard a hitter as his brother.
No. It's hard. And it's missed comfortably.
So I would say Malcolm Fletcher is one of the hardest hitters that I've seen, Marty, but I haven't been playing nearly as long as you.
Oh, there's plenty of hard hitters around the place. Mainly overseas.
Well,
just about every Egyptian.
In Australia, I mean, Brett McCarty.
Oh, Brett hits the ball very hard. Ed Wilson probably hits the ball as hard as Brett does.
Yes, Ed and Malcolm were doubles partners at the Australian Open doubles and winners. Oh, nice promotion there, Jamie.
Yeah, they had a bit of unfinished business there, apparently. They'd had a previous pairing a few years back that didn't win and made up for it this time. So Jamie suddenly finds that 6-2 deficit has become much more manageable at 6-4 and control of this hoop.
I would say your doubles partner would be a pretty hard hitter too.
Oh, yeah, well, I've only just met Lindsay for 2 days. But he did hit the ball relatively hard.
Okay.
Probably comes from being on those up-country Victorian cow paddocks.
Charlton. I haven't had the pleasure of playing at Charlton. Okay, Robert. He may have a sight on the yellow. And of course, yellow plays next.
Yeah, red having done a nice little promotion to get yellow into a hoop running position.
So I can only see two options here. One is have a go at yellow. The other is to set yourself up, concede the hoop.
Yeah, well, and set it halfway. Yeah, I mean, that's a valid tactic for players at a much lower level than this, but I don't think Robert's going to do that. He has missed a few recently, but I still think he'd be backing himself to take this out.
And of course, 2 hoops ago, it was Jamie that was missing. Now he's right back on target.
Oh, but hang on, the way he's looking at this may not be a shot. This may actually be a concession.
I think it is. It is.
Well,
and
it's interesting, and even that he's a little disappointed with.
It's got
because
there.
He's
behind the peg potentially, but also can maybe impact yellow's shot through the hoop. Yellow will not be jawsing this.
No, yellow definitely won't be jawsing. This will be through and down to anywhere you can get, or a rejection back at you.
How far down can Jamie get? Oh, she's just clipped it. So that black ball has done its job.
Yeah, okay. I'm glad you stood up to have a look, because I'm still waiting for it to appear on screen.
Well, I am a bit younger than you, Marty.
Oh, thank you.
Getting up and down is...
Thank you. I don't even know how old you are.
Well, I'm certainly younger in croquet terms.
Yes.
Croquet years. This is my second Australian Open. Australian Open last year was my first tournament ever.
Oh, well, that's the way to start.
I know, right? Okay, Blues run past the hoop.
But again, it is in that zone that he doesn't mind being in. But I think with the pressure mounting in this situation, he would have liked that dead in front.
Yep. And yellow's certainly got a shot on blue, but I think black's also got a shot on yellow.
So there's a...
the peg.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Oh.
And that probably makes the next play pretty predictable. And black is going to spank the yellow as far away as possible.
But we know that Jamie can set up from the boundary. Yes, and he's managed to leave his black.
Yeah, black's close enough to be impacting the play.
Yes.
It's obviously not going to be a block or anything like that. That'd be almost miraculous.
If I was playing that shot, my black would have gone to the boundary too. Okay. So Jamie, I mean, looks like Robert could run the hoop. Does Jamie go to the other side?
Well, both players have kept their game face on as well. Nobody's giving any emotion away.
No.
Unlike some of us who like to express our emotions a bit when we're playing.
I think she might be trying to clear blue here.
Looks a nice swing.
Missed.
Missed.
Just missed. So this is for the final. Checks the hoop, as he does.
Yep. Give it a bit of a stomp. No matter how tight or solid in the ground these hoops have been set, they have managed to loosen up a little during the day. Yeah, quadways are a tough hoop, but they're designed for a lot more solid ground than what we can produce generally in most parts of Australia.
Mm-hmm.
So what are we calling, Damien? On balance?
I reckon he'll run it.
Yeah, right.
If he was playing me, he'd run it.
75% in favour of running, 25% for rejection. Nothing for the jaws.
Yes.
Yeah, he's run it. He's run it and has won the semi-final to play his brother in the final.
I imagine Robert's got a pretty good track record against Malcolm.
Yes, and there's probably some sort of family rivalry,
But
obviously,
Malcolm,
and family record that favours Robert. But on form,
you can see how the hoop moves with that
yes,
shot.
it's incredible how much they do move.
Yes. I'd say Malcolm, as I said earlier, Malcolm is in terrific form in this tournament.
Yeah, so I guess we will be playing best of 3, but are we playing best of 5? We're playing best of 5. That's a good idea. So yes, there's every possibility that it'll be at least a 3-1. So we'll go to 4, and going to the 5th would be lovely.
And of course, that match will be on tomorrow.
Yep.
So the players get a rest. 10 o'clock.
Okay.
Yep.
So if I was a betting man like Gary Phipps, I'd be probably laying odds that we might see a best of 5 that goes to 5. Well, I'm sure this doesn't conclude today's festivities. I'm sure there are other games that are coming on, but getting hand signals thrown at us here.
Okay. So just a reminder that tomorrow's final will be Robert Fletcher versus Malcolm Fletcher. Jamie will play off for 3rd, and her opponent will be Gary Phipps, the winner from the last 2 years.
No, last year Gary won. Last year and was runner-up the year before.
In fact, he beat Jamie
last year and was runner-up to Robert the year before. Oh, there's a block result that's popped up on the screen, but that's a little bit old-fashioned now.
This is from Croquet Scores, which is a great resource.
Yep.
So
Thank you, Tim Murphy out there who brought Croquet Scores to the world. Greatly appreciated. It's basically become our archive of results now, which is good. I see the copyrights running out in the bottom right-hand corner there, Tim.
Oh, look, right at the top there you can see my name.
Oh, yes. Or parts of it. Well, you got 275. It's not bad. It's the equivalent of a game.
Well, I did as well as Gary Phipps.
Yeah, as well as Gary did there.
Malcolm there.
And better than Chaz.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So there are still some games happening here. The plate knockout will be underway.
Yep.
I can see some players playing that at the moment down on court 12.
Yeah, courts 12 and 11 I think are being used for that. And maybe 10.
And just standing up. No, 10 looks free.
Okay. Makes a long day for the referees.
Yes, and I must say, I first came down to Canley as a referee.
Okay.
Refereeing the President's Eights last year, and I saw players like Owen Dickinson, Peter Freer, Lester Hughes. I thought, yeah,
yep,
I could give them a
run.
Give them a run.
And here you are, you've turned up and you've beaten some of them.
Here we go. Here's the knockout.
Yeah, so the plate knockout, we've got Kate McLaughlin. We've had a hell of a lot of people from Canberra, which New South Wales is claiming. I still think Canberra's in the ACT myself.
Last time I checked. Kate's playing Mary McMahon. Mary was in my block. We had a very close game.
Yep.
Phil DeRouge from Bendigo. I mentioned Bendigo earlier in Central Victoria. He's an up-and-coming player. I suspect we'll be seeing Phil in the Victorian squad in coming years.
Yep, so he's playing against Pauline Markwell from the RSGC, which would be the Royal Sydney Golf Club.
And then
we also have Croquet there.
Addison Matthews, the biggest improver in the world.
Oh, yeah, we're only saying that because he's outside the window here, big noting himself.
Yeah.
We found out a lot about Addison during the course of the last few days, that he's a very good croquet player. He can't add up to save his life. At least he can count to 7, so that's good.
Yeah, and Addison will be playing Jill Sullivan. I've played Jill a number of times. She's a very cunning player.
Yes.
I think that'll be a very interesting match. And then we've got another young up-and-comer, Curtis Mead.
Yep, best placed Tasmanian in the field.
Yes. Yes, he is. He was just downstairs powering up on Red Rooster because it's his first time having Red Rooster. I don't think they have Red Rooster in Tassie. Certainly not in...
Hopefully they do have chickens in Tasmania.
Latrobe, where he's from. They have. They certainly do have. They have a lot of chickens. And Curtis will be playing Janine Molyneux from Eildon in Queensland, not Eildon in Victoria. So we've got a very, very widespread field here in terms of where everybody's come from.
Yes.
We've only got one Victorian.
Yes. Well, that's a double-edged sort of message, though, isn't it? If there was only one Victorian at the plate, you'd like to think they all went higher, not lower.
Oh, to make the knockout of the plate's actually still quite a good achievement.
Yeah, we've had a very big field in the event this year, which is good. We had to do a few creative things with the draw.
I think that's why I was allowed to play last year, because they were short on numbers with COVID and border closures. It was still impacting us, but this year we've been able to attract all the best players from around the country.
Yep. Okay. So the consolation event appears to have been won by Mark Scruton. Also from the ACT, from Ethan Gumbrell of the ACT. Yeah, one game timed out there. That's interesting.
And of course, the consolation event was for people who finished 5th and 6th in their block, and Mark was very close to qualifying.
Yes, he was. He came. Did he get into a play? Oh no, it was the result of the last game that made the difference there.
Yes.
And Ethan, of course, is Pikachu running around.
And some other names we see there, Richard Hinks, Shane Downey, were again very close to qualifying.
Yes. Yeah, so a bit of a shout out to Shane, who's been a bit unwell.
He has.
Yeah. We've also got Karen Bisley played in that consolation, another Canberra player.
Karen has just triggered down to a handicap 4. So she's had a very good tournament, particularly in the singles. Her doubles partner probably let her down a bit.
I don't know. We couldn't shake them off when we played them in the doubles. And then Karen ran the hoop. for 13 in that game from the boundary.
That was a pressure hoop. You can see that's the sort of thing Jamie would do.
Yeah. Okay. I hope you can read that note. This has been stuff because I can't.
We've just been reminded that tomorrow's final between Robert Fletcher and Malcolm Fletcher will actually start at Canley at 9 o'clock in the morning, but our live streaming will be on from 10. So we will definitely be bringing you the back end of most of the games, but we might miss the first game or most of the first game. So if you do want to see the whole game, you better get yourself down to Canley tomorrow.
Yep. And we're signing off, but before we do that, we should thank our sponsors, the Victorian Government, Parbury, the Australian Government. Look at that. Yeah.
Sports Commission.
Sport Australia.
And Marty, I should take the opportunity for thanking you for getting me through my first shift on commentating.
Oh, that's all right. I've
First
probably
and
made
maybe
you
last.
sound good.
They may have us back. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll see. Well, if we hang around the window long enough, they'll do something with
maybe.
us tomorrow.
But hopefully we will see, and you will hear from all of us in the commentary team tomorrow from 10 a.m. for the final of the 2023 Australian Open Golf Croquet Singles.
Yep. Thank you.
Come on! Out. Gillum Jones is out. Can it get over the top of Anderson? Tracks all the way back in. It does. And he's locked in!